From Pope Leo to Father Paul to Father Max, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. The black and gold are AFC North champions, the 4 seed in the 2025-2026 NFL playoffs, and tonight on Monday Night Football are hosting the 5 seed in the Houston Texans. So thank you for tuning in and watching my NFL playoffs. Texans at Steelers. Live play, watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coan Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification button next as well. Stay up to date. Once again, links in the description below. Thumbs up button if you're hoping and wishing for the first Steeler playoff win in damn near a decade here tonight. Thumbs up button, share hashtag NFL, hashtag NFL playoffs, hashtag Steelers, hashtag here we go. And we'll get to that in a minute. But chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks, always greatly appreciated as well, as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Their links are also in the description below, so be sure to go check them out. Also, if you haven't done so already, be sure to scan the QR code behind me, or you can click the first top link in the description below. Might actually be easier just to click the first top link in the description below rather than scanning the QR code, but that's up for you to decide on. Just be sure to either scan the QR code or click the first top link in the description below and give it a follow while you're at it, along with hitting hype live right here on YouTube if available on your YouTube screen. So here we go, Steelers. Here we go. It's Monday Night Football, so all my rowdy friends are coming on over. We'll have kickoff in less than 45 minutes or so on ESPN and ABC. As mentioned, the black and gold won the AFC North in the NFL regular season finale last Sunday night, game 272 at home against the division rival in the Baltimore Ravens because of Tyler Loop's bloop as the kick was wide right, and the Steelers hung on to win, and then now hosting Houston in the 4-5 matchup as we'll conclude the wildcard round from this weekend here tonight before divisional games kick off this upcoming Saturday. We'll have 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. Kick times and networks still to be determined, but we'll recap the wildcard round and preview the divisional round at some point in time tonight. But the winner of this game this evening will be playing at the New England Patriots at either 3 or 6:30 next Sunday. And I'll have live play, watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. Then, if the Pittsburgh Steelers win here tonight to continue the momentum that they have and play further into the playoffs, obviously, one game at a time. It's a one-game season at this rate. Survive in advance. Just find a way to win and move on. And hopefully you're the last one standing of all 32 NFL franchises, as Houston actually is the 32nd NFL franchise entering the league in 2002, and that is their lone only win in the Steel City. They did defeat Pittsburgh in the last meeting in 2023, but as it's Houston's first trip to the Steel City since the COVID season in 2020, this is actually Pittsburgh's first home game in the playoffs since that 20 season as well. First home playoff game, though, in front of fans since 2017 into January of 2018. As mentioned, the Steelers searching for their first playoff win since they beat the Chiefs in 2016, January of 17, but they're also first home playoff win since they beat the Dolphins the week prior in that 16-17 playoffs. But yeah, as mentioned, kickoff coming up shortly. Houston and Pittsburgh. I mean, obviously the Oilers were in the Space City before they moved to Nashville and became the Tennessee Titans. We'll get into the history with these two, but yeah, the Texans, they've only won in Pittsburgh once. They have won 9 straight. I mean, something's got to give with everything I've said, about to say, but hey, that's why, why we're going to play a football game here tonight. While games being played, it's out on paper, it's out on the field. So I'll leave it at that. But just once more, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always great, appreciated as well. And we got a song to get to and review. So I really haven't done that on the YouTube channel over the past decade. But, from live reactions to music reactions to just listen to a good song. This year's version of it, I might add. Yeah, let's hit play. And here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Got to win tonight to advance. Said it's a 1-game season at this rate. Do what you got to do, find a way to win. The Steeler Nation has the best fans. We are from Pittsburgh, the 6-time Super Bowl. And it's been a while since they won that 6th Lombardi. 17 years. They did lose in 45 to Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers, but the stairway to 7 begins tonight. A 1-year deal, and they want him back for next year as long as he wants to play. And yeah, hopefully they can run the football tonight with Warren and Gainwell. Jalen Warren bulldozing his way all around, and Kenny G making some noise. And from Jeff Reed and Sean Sweezum, obviously Boz, the Wizard of Boz, Chris Boswell himself is a serial killer now in 25-26. Take your points so I can get them. I mean, obviously he has missed a couple kicks as of late, including that extra point a week ago. That why the game came down to the wire the way it did, and then Baltimore ended up missing a kick too. So, yeah, hopefully the defense brings the steel curtain down tonight. Why don't we listen to it again? We got some time to kill here before kickoff. So, once again, here we go, Steelers. Here we go, and oh mama, 50th anniversary of the Terrible Towel. Play Renegade as the jig's up on Monday Night Football here this evening. And, yeah, just find a way to win. That's what matters. The best fans, we are from Pittsburgh, the 6-time Super Bowl champion. Here we go. Here we go. once more. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Thanks for tuning in and watching my NFL playoffs. Texans, Steelers, live play watch long reactions live right here on YouTube as we get ready for Monday Night Football. So, where to begin? As mentioned, as we near the top of the hour, it's a one-game season at this rate. It is. Just survive in advance, find a way to win this one to get to the next one, and then do the same thing then. And then if you advance after that, keep doing what you're doing. They got to push to start, ride the momentum, and just, hey, here we go, Steelers, here we go. But yeah, from the holy water a week ago, and then, a game-winning touchdown with about a minute left, and then the missed extra point before the missed field goal, the North Shore erupting, and the Steelers are going to the playoffs, and first home playoff game since the COVID-20 season, but first home playoff game in front of fans since 2017 in January of 18. Obviously, both games were losses because they haven't won a playoff game since 2016. They beat the Dolphins at home that year in the wildcard round on a Sunday afternoon. Before then, they beat the Chiefs on the road the following week in the division round in a game that was also supposed to be early in the day on a Sunday, but then they postponed it and moved it to Sunday Night Football because of the weather. And obviously, that's just prior to the Steelers losing to the Patriots in the AFC Championship game, where the New England beat Atlanta, coming from behind down 28-3 in the Super Bowl. That was 9 years ago. It's been 9 years, damn near a decade, since Pittsburgh Steelers last won a playoff game. Home or away, for that matter. They did both that same postseason. But since then, it's been one and done. But yeah, Stairway to 7 begins tonight. Houston's a damn good team. As mentioned, they've won 9 straight. They haven't lost since early November. Whereas Pittsburgh, since before and after Christmas, into the new year as well. Hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, by the way. But, a win, a loss that if they would have won that game, they would have won the division 2 weeks ago. Last week wouldn't have mattered, but since they lost, you're playing in the finale for the league, and came down to the wire, final seconds, and a missed game-winning field goal is how you end up winning the game and, get to tonight. So, yeah, no doubt about it. Some inconsistency from early September until now for Pittsburgh. You look back at the schedule, there were a couple, 2-3 game winning streaks, but then there were, some losses mixed in there as well. If it wasn't win-loss. But it doesn't matter. It does, but it doesn't matter what they did then. What matters is what they do tonight. And go out and leave it all on the field. As mentioned, just find a way to win. Survive in advance, score one more point than your opponent. Houston has mentioned 9 straight. Their offense with Stroud at quarterback and all the weapons he has to throw to. Their running game wasn't as strong this year as it's been in the past due to some injuries, but their defense is top notch. So we'll see on either side if turnovers obviously become a factor or not. As we know, the Steelers this year, when they're turning the football over, 9 times out of 10 they're losing. But when they're capitalizing off of turnovers, scoring off of them, they're winning football games. But no, the Steelers and all of Steeler Nation believe. So don't stop believing. I get this game hasn't kicked off just yet, but, believe that they can honestly go on a Super Bowl run just with as wide open as these NFL playoffs are on both the AFC and NFC side. But, you just got to take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. Do your job, worry and control what you can control, and, everything else will sort itself out. There's no need to be worrying about this or that on the outside. It's on the inside, in between the white lines, obviously tonight on the field. But franchise as a whole, top to bottom, left to right, everybody involved, just find a way to win. But yeah, Steelers Texans coming up here on Monday Night Football. As mentioned, we'll recap the wild card round, preview the divisional round, but the winner tonight will be playing at the New England Patriots next Sunday. Time network still to be determined. They obviously told us the matchups that we already knew, but then they at least did give us dates, but they didn't give us networks or times just yet because they're still waiting to see what happens tonight. So they're going to give us that info after the conclusion of this game here this evening. So whenever I know, I'll let you know. Hopefully it's a Steeler win. They're going to Foxborough for the second time this year. They beat the Patriots week 3, 21-14. But don't want to be looking ahead. Even though that is the opponent for whoever wins tonight, you got to win tonight's game first off before you get to that. But yeah, Steelers are here tonight, as mentioned, after winning the AFC North a week ago, off of Tyler Loop's bloop. So I guess that's what everybody's calling it, so that's what I'm going to call it as well. I mean, yeah, you got to feel bad for him, but at some point in time, he missed the kick, so the Steelers advance, so here we go. Texans are the 5 seed, as mentioned, the top wild card team. They've won 9 straight, as mentioned, not having lost since November the 2nd to the Denver Broncos in a 1-score game. But the Steelers, yeah, they need to push the start and grab the momentum from the division championship win. First time they've won the AFC North since 20 as well. That's why tonight's home playoff game is the first since that Brown game, in which, remember, they were getting blown out in prime time. And then they came back and made it the game, but it wasn't enough. But yeah, the Steelers, first home playoff game since that 20 season. It was January the 10th, 2021, against the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland came in, beat Pittsburgh before they ended up losing to the Chiefs. But then this is also the Steelers' first home playoff game in front of fans because of COVID, obviously, during that 20 season. But since the 2017 campaign, January the 14th, 2018, in which another high-scoring affair, they ended up losing the Jacksonville Jaguars in the playoffs. Before then, the Jags lost to the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. So if Pittsburgh would have won that game, it would have set up an AFC Championship rematch from the year prior, in which New England beat Pittsburgh and then came back to beat Atlanta in Super Bowl 51 after being down 28-3. But then New England in 52, after beating the Jags, who beat the Steelers in the division round, that playoff cycle, that's when the Eagles beat the Patriots to win their first ever Lombardi Trophy and first ever Super Bowl in franchise history. Obviously, they won it last year, but the NFL will have a new champion here at the end of the 25-26 campaign as Super Bowl 60 champs on February the 8th, because the Eagles lost at home yesterday. So we'll see if the other NFL Pennsylvania team can win this wild card round at home here tonight. But yeah, as mentioned, the Steelers haven't won a playoff game since 2016. That was January the 15th, 2017 at the Chiefs. Steelers haven't won a home playoff game since the week prior to that. They beat the Miami Dolphins. But with all that being said, and now tonight, even though the Texans are a 3-point favorite, over unders 38, 30 and a half, 38 and a half, 39, depending on where you look. Steelers, obviously, the defense need to bring Steel Curtain down, as mentioned. The Steelers, as it's Monday Night Football, Steelers haven't lost a home Monday Night Football game since 1991. They've won 23 in a row, and they do lead the all-time series against the Texans, I might add, as well. 5-3, but this is also the first ever meeting in the postseason between these two teams. Even though the last time Pittsburgh played a Houston team in the playoffs, and it wouldn't have been, Pirates and Astros when Houston was still in the NL Central before they went to the AL West. It was 1989. So, first ever meeting between the Steelers and Texans in the playoffs here tonight. But the last the Steelers played the Houston Oilers in the 1989 playoffs. It was actually on New Year's Eve. So that just shows you how less of a schedule they played, fewer games then compared to now. But the Steelers won in overtime that day, 26-23. They did lose the Tennessee Titans, the Steelers did, 2002-2003 playoffs, January of 2003. Because obviously the Titans were the Oilers before obviously they moved to Memphis at first and then to Nashville, to LP Field, Nissan Stadium. Obviously they're building a new stadium in Music City now, but yeah, those are the last two meetings in the postseason, technically, between Pittsburgh and a Houston franchise. But prior to that, though, the Steelers beat the Oilers during their Super Bowl 13 and 14 runs in 1978, 1979, defeating Houston, obviously, both times because Pittsburgh won Super Bowl 9. That was 50 years ago, a year ago, celebrating 50 years Super Bowl 10 this year. And then Pittsburgh, winning Super Bowl 13 and 14. Before then, they won Super Bowl 40 20 years ago, 43 as well. Lost 30 and 45 out of the Cowboys and Packers, respectively. But, Stairway to 7 begins tonight for Super Bowl 60 for the Pittsburgh Steelers at home against Houston Texans, as they'll go over game picks on Monday Night Countdown for this Monday Night football playoff game from the Steel City. So let me know in the comments below who you have winning. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe, social media links in the description below. But yeah, also the Texans have only won in Pittsburgh once before. And that was the whole way back in 2002, their first year in the NFL as the Houston Texans, as the 32nd expansion team. And then I might add as well, the Texans have never, ever in franchise history won a road playoff game. Their playoff wins have all come at home. They've also had playoff losses at home, but they've never a road playoff game. So, Steelers 50-1 Super Bowl odds, but find a way to win, man. Just gotta keep moving forward. DK Metcalf is back tonight for the Steeler offense after he served his 2-game suspension for the altercation with the Detroit Lion fan before Christmas, as he missed the Brown game and the Raven game over the past 2 weeks. Obviously, they went 1-1 in those 2 games. Still won the AFC North. Still got a home playoff game tonight. And he'll be active playing this evening, as he actually left his house after the Steelers won a week ago and was going to come celebrate with the team, but he got caught up in Pittsburgh traffic coming out of one of the tunnels and ended up just turning around and going home before he showed up at the facility later on in the week, and then obviously practiced. And good to go. Looks healthy, looks refreshed. So says Mike Tomlin. So we'll see what DK Metcalf's workload is this evening. But even with him being back, they still got to play as a team, though. You know, balance, consistency, momentum, rhythm. They got to execute and make plays. I don't care who's out there. Make a play, find a way to win this game. Obviously, it starts up front of the offensive line. They got to be able to protect Aaron Rodgers, but run the football as well. Let Aaron Rodgers do his thing. No turnovers offensively. As mentioned, when they're turning the football over, they're losing. But when they're capitalizing off turnovers, scoring points, they're winning football games this year. Obviously, get off the field on defense, create and capitalize off those turnovers as mentioned. Take your points while you can get them. You know, Boswell on his right foot, his toe, up through the uprights. Hopefully, knock on wood. You know, no missed kicks for the black and gold this evening. Give us, you know, another heart attack game probably, because it'll probably still be your typical Pittsburgh Steelers game here tonight if I'd have to guess. The only time it's going to tell, though. We'll see. But you got to score touchdowns too, obviously. Once again, score one more point than the opponent. Score more than that, even better, but just find a way to win it. So, yeah. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. They'll take us to the booth. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman with Lisa Salters and Laura on the call. But, yeah, we'll have stats and scores. We'll recap the wildcard round, preview the divisional round. As mentioned, the winner tonight will be taking on the New England Patriots next Sunday. But, yeah. Oh, mama, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's just find a way to win it. Survive and advance, one-game season. Can't state that enough. So, yeah, Jig's up. Hangman's coming for D'Amico Ryans, C.J. Stroud, their whole entire offense, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson on defense. I mean, this might be your old school just smash mouth football game. You know, low-scoring defensive showdown. You know, something's got to give, you know, with all those stats and stuff that I just mentioned. But that's why they play the game, ain't side on paper, side on the field. So I'll leave it at that. We'll get more into it in a little bit. But, yeah, just be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always great, appreciate it as well. And here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Steelers about to take the field. Defense got introduced a week ago. Looks like the offense might be getting introduced here tonight. Either way, defense still has to bring the steel curtain down, okay? They got to make plays. They got to get after CJ Stroud. But they'll take us to, looks like, one final commercial break before we kick this thing off. So we'll unmute here in a minute. Get some audio for the game. And Pizza Hut.
Get our biggest pizza in New York for just $10 at Pizza Hut. Did you know about gluten-free pizza?
I don't know why it took them
We also develop psoriatic arthritis.
this long to
With fewer symptoms from moderate
figure that out and put that in a commercial, because I mean that's just basic, and I mean it's clever though too,
a million miles away.
especially for pizza and football. But
Adults with active psoriatic arthritis, Chapaya goes beyond
yeah, we'll kick this thing off here and get the show on the road, and
less joint pain, stiffness, and swelling is possible.
like I said, just once again find a way to win this game here tonight.
Even reduce fatigue. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor you have an infection or like symptoms when you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Ask your doctor about your bias. Every specialty pizza is just $9.99 when I get to mine. Yep, treat yourself. The People's Pizza, treat yourself. Philly cheesesteak, treat yourself. Your spicy chicken bacon ranch pizza, treat yourself. That guard dog sure is lucky he has Simply Safe proactive monitoring. Stop, Simply Safe. Police are on the way. Must be nice. Simply Safe. Real security stops crime before it starts. Tired of struggling with impossible messes in your tub and shower? Mr. Clean Foaming Bath Magic Eraser cuts through 100% of soap, scum, and grime, while Mr. Clean Extra Durable effortlessly tackles messes throughout your home. Switch to Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
so now looks like the national anthem, and God bless the United States of America and our military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. Thank you for your service, as it is, yes, America 250 here in 2026. As we all know, the Declaration of Independence was signed in the Keystone State in Philadelphia at Independence Hall, but the Steel City, with all the steel, obviously the Pittsburgh Steelers are named because of the steel, with the coal, iron, and ore. But the steel built America. Especially into what it is today. You know, obviously, before then it was all by hand and wood and tell the Brits to shove it as the pyro goes off. And if Steelers win tonight, it won't be the British that are coming. It'll be the Steelers are coming to Boston, Mass, Foxborough, to take on the New England Patriots. And USA, USA, USA chant. But in the meantime, once more, here we go, Steelers, here we go. Wave those terrible towels. So, all right, we'll take another break, and we'll kick this thing off when we return. Because it did seem like a extra long commercial after they ended with countdown, preview in the booth, and then that break before the national anthem, and then obviously get everything set up and have the coin toss here. Obviously the Texans are the visitors, so they'll have the option, head or tails. We'll see. But Steelers just, once again, got to find a way to win it. I don't care what it's going to take. I don't care what the final score is going to be. Just find a way to win this game, man. That's what matters. And they show the missed kick. Obviously, that's how the Steelers won a week ago. Little Uncle Ted. So ESPN, ABC, little Monday night wild card action. Steelers, Texans. Steelers ball to begin the game. Texans on to kick off. So both backs are back deep to receive. And we'll have a touchback on the opening kick. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, 1 second in. They should reset the clock to 15 minutes because he didn't run it out. But once again, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Find a way to win. First and 10, Pittsburgh. Ball at the 20, right to left across your television screen right now. Dow. They'll hand off. Jalen Warren going to cut, and he gets 10 yards right off the bat. They'll move the sticks, first down. So that's a Pittsburgh Steeler, first down. Yeah, it starts up front. Frazier snapping the ball, and Dylan Cooks stepped in at left tackle for the injured Broderick Jones. Been playing his ass off. Isaac Siamalu at left guard has battled injury, but active tonight. And then, you got McCormick and Fratano on the right side. But Rodgers 1st and 10 now from the 30 in the gun. Warren to his left. Quick pass, caught. And DK Metcalf in his first game back since serving the 2-game suspension gets another Pittsburgh Steeler first down for about 15 yards or so. And they'll move the sticks once again. Just a quick bubble screen, far side. Block. By Ben Skoranek and Calvin Austin. Opened the hole. He took it and went. Officially 17 yards, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh at the 47. Rodgers now up under center. See, they run the football here a little bit. Jalen Warren gets the give. Going to cut, maybe 2. 2nd down here and 8, right around midfield. But no, this Steeler offense, I think they finally figured out they got to get Pat Freiermuth the football more. It took them a while to figure that out, but especially Darnell Washington out on IR with a broken forearm, had surgery after the Brown game. Obviously got to have John Smith step up, and they're on Connor Hayward, Cam's little brother, also at tight end, but in the Spartan play, they as they call it, because he played at Michigan State, as Cam played at Ohio State, but I call it, as it's a tush push, it's Steel City shove. But DK back at wide receiver. Obviously, Calvin Austin had the game-winning touchdown. What ended up going down as a game-winning touchdown a week ago. Obviously, the missed kick afterwards, but got a whistle and an injury here. It looks like they got another yard on the 2nd down play, so it's 3rd and 7. 12:28 to play in this first quarter. But obviously have Ben Skoranek at wide receiver as well. More of a special teams guy, but he had a good block on that play. But with Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Adam Thielen being acquired via signings after, MVS was not on a roster. They signed a practice squad. Took him a little while to elevate him, but he's been making and playing better each week, I've thought. Thielen was released by Minnesota. Rodgers never threw to him, but they were in the same NFC North with the Packers and Vikings. But MVS, as far side, incomplete. And 10 for Kenny G. So they get a couple first downs. Drive stalls out. They're going to have to punt here from midfield. You play field position, make a defensive stop.
Wasn't much out there as Rodgers got rid of it fast. And a punt is up.
All right, so yeah, there's the incompletion.
It means that there's nobody then helping the tackles. They're basically
Volume must have
with 5 guys, but they're not able to then help out with a chip with the tight end or whether or not
wanted to get louder on its own, but
well, a good job defensively by the Texans forcing the punt.
yeah. Waitman punts it. It's fair caught at the 10. And that's where Houston will set up shot, 1st and 10. We're tied at 0 here, 11:57 to play in the first. But yeah, Pittsburgh gets a couple first downs there. Looked like they had a good drive going, but then ends up stalling out. So credit the Texan defense, obviously. But yeah, Steelers punt from midfield. They'll take a break. We'll get back to it here in a minute. But yeah, 1st and 10 Houston from the 10 when we come back. But just as I was saying with Rodgers and MVS, there's a connection there. Obviously, they played in Green Bay together. But even with DK back, obviously they got him involved early. They still got to get the ball, and I'm sure they will. There's been a few games this season that everybody has had a touch at some point in time throughout the game. Whether it adds up to anything, that's a different story. But I mean, they've been starting to get in a groove and gel, and that's what, with momentum and rhythm, you got to capitalize. You got to take advantage and strike while the iron's hot. But I mean, we'll see. It's early. Obviously, still a lot of football to be played, but obviously get to see the Steeler defense now out there next. See if they can, obviously force a punt as well. Obviously you got Hayward in the middle, TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith coming off the edge. Queen in the middle of the defensive linebacker, Patrick Ramsey, or Jalen Ramsey, excuse me, in the back end. But yeah, they got to stop the run. They got to make them one-dimensional. But as good as Stroud is, and as many weapons as they have, I mean, especially on the road in the playoffs, you're going to want to run the football. That's the thing. If he beats you with the pass, he beats you with the pass. Because you could look at it either way. You want to make them one-dimensional, and they're going to run all over you. Or you make them one-dimensional, they're going to pass all over you. We know the Steelers have had trouble stopping the run at times this year, along with covering the pass. But a week ago with Derrick Henry, they obviously the stats, the numbers added up. He had a decent first half, but they shut him down in the second half. So they just going to stop the run, force pressure. Houston's going to run it. And Woody Marks out of USC gets 4 yards, 2nd and 6. He's their go-to back with no Joe Mixon and no Nick Chubb, who obviously Pittsburgh knows quite well from their days in the AFC North with the Bengals and Browns, respectively. But yeah, they'll give them 5 officially, 2nd and 5. Ball at the 15. Stroud on a slant, and it's almost, everything caught, picked off. It falls incomplete, and then Nico Collins a little slow to get up. And that's Penn State on Michigan. Joey Porter Jr., Peasy's kid, on the coverage. Yeah, got a hand in there. It's incomplete, and then it was almost picked off by the Steelers, but it fell. and it was incomplete. So incomplete, 3rd and 5. Ball at the 15. Come on, defense. And Stroud getting pressured, going deep, and it's caught. Christian Kirk, who was in Jacksonville. There were some rumors Pittsburgh was going to trade for him. They never did. He ends up going to Houston with, who was that, Brandon Eccles on the coverage, I believe. So 3rd and 5, they can't get off the field. Houston's now got a catch. Yeah, it looks like a catch. Houston now got a 1st and 10 at the Steeler 49. And then they'll run it. And Chubb for 2. I mean, he was good in Cleveland. He just couldn't stay healthy. And I believe his last play as a Cleveland Brown was at Pittsburgh on a Monday night game a couple years ago when he blew his knee out. Because then he ended up going to Houston. I mean, he's done what he's done, which hasn't really been much. Obviously, they got Joe Mixon as well, but it's really been Woody Marks' job this season, just with the injuries. But Chubb got a couple yards there. They'll give it to Marks for 2. Gang tackle, Highsmith, Watt, Hayward, and somebody else. Didn't get a number, but 3rd down coming up. So see if they can get off the field. Obviously on 3rd and 5 a minute ago, they couldn't. They gave up the deep ball. Obviously made a couple stops here. Another 3rd down coming up, but they got to get off the field. They just can't allow them to drive and score and do what they want, especially if the offense ain't going to do anything. I mean, that's what, once again, it's probably going to still be your typical Steeler game. Defense going to have to find a way to win it for them, make stop, game on the line. But from the 45, 3rd and 6, a late whistle, and they call timeout. Maybe a false start, delay game. So no delay game, timeout Texans. Crowd doesn't like it, but what can you do? So not 3rd and 11, it stays 3rd and 6. They'll have 2 timeouts now left the rest of the first half. But see, the defense can blow up this Texan offense with some TNT. So 3rd and 6 still from the 45 after the timeout. Come on, defense. Late flag. Maybe a false start. Yeah, false start. So no delay game. They call the timeout, replay the down, get a false start on that very play. And from 3rd and 6, it still makes it 3rd and 11. And, hey, don't give up 11, 12, 13 yards. If you give up anything, okay, half that. But from midfield, 3rd and 11, obviously keep them out of field goal range for a long kick. But, yeah, see the defense get off the field here. And Stroud's pass incomplete as they brought pressure. 4th down, they'll punt, just as Pittsburgh did to begin the game. And Steeler offense can get the ball back here. 9:01 to play in the first. And they wanted the slant, but Pittsburgh brought pressure up the middle and then off the edge. Little corner safety blitz. You saw Queen, Watt, Eccles. But from midfield, Houston's going to punt. And not that good of one. See where they mark it. 25-yard line, looks like.
At the
28-yard line, okay. So they'll take a TV timeout here, commercial break, we'll get back to the action momentarily, but defenses bending but not breaking here early. 6 minutes in, 2 drives and 2 punts by both the Steelers and Texans, and Steelers offense back out there when we return. So, well, 1st and 10 to the 28. See if they can continue what they started on that first drive. You know, it was good until it stalled out, or just right around midfield. They had a couple more explosive plays compared to Houston. Houston had that, big pass play on 3rd and 5 that got them in the midfield, and then they just didn't do anything either. They also have to punt. So, see if the Steelers can go on a drive here and potentially score some points. Take an early lead. I'll take 3. I'll definitely take 7, no doubt about it. But defense did their job. They made a stop. So we'll see here what happens offensively, if they can, go score and take an early lead. So I'll leave it at that and get back to it in a minute.
Chevy trucks are as capable and dependable as the Chevy people who drive them. You probably know one. Your sister. Your buddy. The ones who always show up. They all have that little extra. Sometimes. And maybe you got it too.
Start the year-end drive right now. Well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% financing on 2026 Silverado 1500 models with over $7,000 in total value when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
So they show off some highlights of the Pittsburgh Steelers winning Super Bowl 9 over the Minnesota Vikings. Their first of 6 Lombardis. That was 51 years ago. Obviously, they went back-to-back twice. They won 4 and 6 years in the 1970s. Obviously won 2 and 4 years in the mid-2000s. But, 9, 10, 13, 14, 40, and 43. Fake the run. Rodgers rolls out over the middle, caught wide open. DK Metcalf out past midfield, first down Pittsburgh. And, 2 big plays by DK already in his first game back from suspension. Just stay away from the fans on the sideline. Obviously, they're not on the road tonight. They're at home. So I don't think he's going to be punching any Steelers fans. But, if they do win, obviously they will have to go to New England. But if they win that, and then the Bills beat the Broncos, the Steelers will then host the AFC Championship game. But then if Denver beats Buffalo, Pittsburgh would have, if they win tonight and also next week, as Denver is the 1 seed, they would then host the AFC Championship game. But penalty on the play, they went deep to DK, near side, bottom of your screen. And looks like a defensive holder or pass interference. Yeah. Spot foul, 35-yard line. Automatic first down. All right. So got to capitalize off this now. Get this run game going. But, the pass game's there. Just don't do anything stupid. First and 10. You're 19, set hut. And handoff. That's Jalen Warren, I think, not Kenny G. No, that was Gainwell. All right. He gets, 5-6 yards. So 2nd and 4, get a first down, work out of that. Nice 1-2 punch in the run game with both Jalen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell. Bernie on the audible. I can guarantee Aaron Rodgers doesn't name that for Bernie Sanders, but hopefully they'll burn the Texans for a first down. They do. Gainwell gets to the 21 for Steeler first down. So they'll move the sticks. Yeah, good cut by Gainwell. Almost fumbled there at the end. They almost got him to jump off sides for starters, but Rodgers in the gun, 1st and 10 on the 21. Knocking on the door. Rodgers looking to throw. And incomplete. Intended for Jonnu Smith. So 2nd and 10. Get yourself something 3rd and manageable. You got to kick it, obviously. Take your points. But you love a touchdown here. Yep. So 2nd and 10 from the 21. Where's Freiermuth at? Rodgers. And incomplete, out of bounds. Far side now. 3rd and 10. So they go back-to-back on go routes, near side and far side on 1st and 2nd and 10, and nothing. So 3rd and 10 coming up. You know, the middle of the field seemingly there. I mean, DK's got open, making it look easy. I mean, obviously a chip on his shoulder. You know, got suspended, fined as well. About $500,000. Empty set 5 wide on 3rd and 10. But they still got to have somebody else step up. Rodgers looking to throw. It's complete. And they'll be short. It's MVS for about 7. So kick it. Take your points. Take your points here. Kick it. Take an early 3-0 lead. You know, mid-first quarter. Defense, you know, got off the field there after they gave up a big first down, but still forced a punt, and then you drove and yeah, exactly. Get your points while I can get them. You're not going to need later on. Boswell from 32. It is good. Steelers lead the Texans 3-0. 6:02 to play in the first. So we'll update some stats now for you. But yeah, 3-0 and still a lot of football to be played. But see if the defense can continue to, you know, make stops. But okay, 3-0 here. Mid-first quarter. CJ Stroud and the Texans are going to get the ball back here in a minute. He is if it'll load. There we go. Officially 1 of 3 for 36 yards. Remember that 36-yard completion was on 3rd and 5. But then the defense still was able to get off the field around midfield, force the punt, which was a bad punt. Steelers capitalized off of some decent starting field position on the 28, drove, and just kicked the 32-yard field goal. They have 3 carries, 9 yards rushing. Do the Houston Texans. Steelers on the flip side, Aaron Rodgers, 3 of 6, 49 yards. 2 of those for 42 to DK Metcalf. The other 7-yard completion to Marquez Valdes-Scantling to set up a 32-yard field goal. 1-2 punch in the backfield, as mentioned. Jalen Warren, Kenneth Gainwell. They have 5 carries, 25 yards combined between the two of them. 3 of 13 for Warren and 2 of 12 for Gainwell. Gainwell has had a target, as has Calvin Austin and Jonnu Smith, but no completions No receptions for yardage just yet. TJ Watt, 3 total tackles on that opening drive on defense. And then obviously Boswell's field goal. Good from 32 yards out. Steelers lead the Texans 3-0.
Where should we go next? Well, that's up to you. Because when we built the world's biggest airline, we built it around you.
To the captain, the late great Bob Weir passed away this past weekend on Saturday, 78 years old. Passed away from underlying issues after recently beating cancer. Joined with Jerry Garcia in the mid-60s, founded the Grateful Dead in 1965. Toured for 30 years. Jerry Garcia's death in 1995 and have been still touring recently with Dead and Company. Their position is sports fan and San Francisco 49ers fan. Return here by Jalen Noel.
So the Steelers kick off. Texans ball, 1st and 10. It looks like the 26-yard line.
They had that deep shot that they were able to connect with Christian Kirk. First time they had it, this time they started near their own 25.
Come on, D. Come on, defense.
End up in points, those possessions, and yet Pittsburgh was able to do a good job and force a punt. And the penalties that backed them up a little bit after that. Steelers playing their first playoff game in front of fans since 2017.
Yep.
And they know how to make numbers here in Pittsburgh.
Stroud looking to throw over the middle. It's caught for about 5. 2nd and 5 coming up. Nico Collins on the reception.
A gain of 4 if it stands, and right now it's standing, and there was
Extracurricular after the kickoff.
after the kick return and some pushing and shoving.
And I'll show the replay on that catch. And no, is that a catch or not?
I thought it was incomplete. Right now there's
No, they're saying catch. 2nd and 6 from 30. And they'll run it up the middle. Houston, maybe a 1st down. We'll see where they mark that at. Looks like 3rd and inches coming up.
along this offensive line throughout the season, but there also has been
It's 3rd and a yard. Come on, defense, get off the field.
played at all. Nick Chubb was getting a bulk of the carries in the early part of the year. Woody Marks took over the second half of the season. The young rookie out of USC drafted in the 4th round. Not real flashy, guys, pretty steady. But this is an offense that typically they would like to get established run game.
Stroud up under center. 3rd and 1, they'll run it, and they'll get the 1st down.
Unable to get through, but
So they'll move the sticks. 1st and 10, Houston.
nonetheless. And TJ Watt is there to make the tackle. Here's a little more on Woody Marks from Atlanta, Georgia, 4th round pick. But here he is as the main man. Getting the ball on handoff to CJ Stroud.
He's the guy. We'll still see a little bit of Nick Chubb, and that's an area there where this offense on short yardage situations they struggle for a good part of the year. But Woody Marks does a good job picking it up.
From the 36, 1st and 10. They'll run it again.
To the right side
3, maybe 4 yards.
after a game.
Audio went out for a minute. We're back.
Matchups in this game, as I talked about, is going to be Joey Porter on Nico Collins. He's been traveling with him on just about every snap, but it doesn't mean that he's isolated one-on-one. As I pointed out earlier on the previous possession, he is at times getting safety help, and when he knows he's getting that, he's able to then play a lot more aggressive against him.
From the 40, 2nd and 7. Bubble screen caught, and it'll be 3rd and about 3 now.
And Nick brings it down after a gain of 4, so 3rd down coming up. Well, Nick
They'll give Herbig the tackle.
He's in that rotation of edge rushers, and when
Yep, Watt, Highsmith, Herbig, and Sawyer. Come on, D. 3rd and 3, get off the field.
with Watt coming back against Baltimore for good snaps for the News, they
Pressure pass is caught at the 40. Pittsburgh has the football. James Pierre has the ball, but they're going to say catch. First down Houston compared to interception. I believe Chuck Clark came in late as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's a catch. First and 10, Houston. So Steelers having trouble getting off the field on third down here now. They'll get back to the run game. They'll run a flea flicker. And then ball's on the ground. Steelers have it. Is that going to be an interception or fumble? Either way, it's Steeler ball. Jack Sawyer, the rookie out of Ohio State. And Yahya Black, the rookie out of Iowa, on the recovery. See a replay. Doesn't matter if it's a fumble or interception, a Steeler ball. It's a turnover. You got to capitalize off of it. That's a fumble, yeah. But no, Yahya Black. It's a fumble caught by Pittsburgh, so that's an interception, right? No. I was going to say, not very often do you see big defensive linemen intercept passes. Either way, from a fumble and interception, from Jack Sawyer to Yahya Black, it's Steeler ball, first and 10, with damn good starting field position on the right side of the 50 now. And they'll have the first and 10 when we come back. Going to look to tack on to the 3-0 lead. You'd love a touchdown, go up 2 scores here at 10-0, late first quarter. I'll kick another field goal if it comes down to it. Still one score at 6, but I'd rather have 6 compared to 3. But no doubt about it, 10 compared to either of them. But yeah, they brought pressure. Houston wanted to get tricky with it. They ran a flea flicker. By the time Stroud caught it, stepped up, the pressure was there, and yeah, they just stripped it. Houston could challenge that and say, well, it's incomplete. But guess what? It never hit the ground. So either way, if it's a fumble, it's Steeler ball. Either way, if it's an interception that never hit the ground, Yahya Black would then get the interception compared to fumble recovery. But yeah, that's Jack Sawyer. Everybody talks about TJ and Highsmith. Aikman was just talking about the edge rushers because of Nick Herbig. And then a week ago, after TJ came back, yeah, they had them all out there at once. They had Herbig playing middle linebacker with Watt and Highsmith still coming off the edge. And then, Sawyer's been playing a lot of special teams, and they're trying to get him out on the field too. Defensively, obviously, whenever they can, but somebody needs a break. I don't think they're getting all 4 of them out there at once because you're going to need more backers, more secondary. But yeah, like I said, by the time he stepped up, pressure was there. And if it's a fumble, it's a strip sack, and it's a fumble recovered by Yahya Black. But then if it's a interception, it's picked off by Yahya Black. So they call it and roll it a fumble, recovered by Pittsburgh. First and 10 Steelers. Ball where? It's on the right side of the 50, but where? Oh, okay. Ball at the 44. So they still got 6 yards to get to midfield, so they're still in their own territory. I thought they were on the right side of the 50. I guess not. But even that was Ohio State on Ohio State. Jack Sawyer on C.J. Stroud. OHIO. They're not repeating as national champions this year. But he had a man wide open, too, on a post on the flea flicker. But they got the pressure, got the fumble, and Yahya Black gets the fumble recovery. Big motherfucker. from the 44. 2nd and 10. Rodgers, far side. DK Metcalf again. And he dropped it. It's incomplete. 3rd and 10. He had him too. He just dropped it. Well, in and out. Oh, it hit him right in the hands and he dropped it. God damn. 3rd and 10. So now we'll see if they can capitalize off the fumble. Probably not. Play clock winding down. Got to go. Rodgers out of an empty set. Complete MVS, but he doesn't get very many yards, and it's 4th down. They'll have to punt. All right, you punt. You play field position. You know, pin them deep, make them drive on you. Sucks you couldn't capitalize off of the fumble. Rodgers got a haircut. He's ready for playoff football. He wants to go on a run and go home to Northern California. Steelers are interested in his return for next season, my dad. That was reported the other day. So really it's in Aaron Rodgers' court. If he wants to return, the decision's his. Obviously he's on a one deal. They'd have to, sign him a new contract. But Steelers punt, Texans ball, 1st and 10 here. They're talking about Mike Tomlin taking over for Bill Cowher. Had some playoff success. They haven't won a playoff game in 9 years, though, but still has never had a losing season. 19 years, 19 full seasons in a row of winning football in the Steel City. Roll out on a play action, and they'll give them the 15-yard line, 2nd down coming up. So about 2nd and 3. Yeah, so, the punt, they got pinned deep inside the 10, but now defensively, can they get another stop? Can they get another turnover? Obviously, that turnover, you couldn't get points off of it, so we'll see if that comes back into play a little bit later on or not. But end of the 1st quarter, and here we go, Steelers, here we go. They're even playing on ESPN Monday Night Football, going to break. Of course, they cut it at 2 and didn't play in Super Bowl. We already played it a couple of times. We'll play it when the time's right. But, yeah. 3-0, 15 minutes in. They'll switch ends. Houston now going to be going right to left. Pittsburgh left to right. Crush Telvin Screener now down on the return. Obviously, Texans kicked off, Steelers received, so Houston's going to get the ball back to begin the second half, I might add, as well. So we'll see how the Steelers play this 2nd quarter. Obviously, getting in the second half as well. 4th quarter, a chance to win it. But, sucks they couldn't capitalize off that turnover. 1st and 10, 2nd and 10 to 3rd and or 4th and 6. So, you punt, you pin them deep, make them drive on you. At least you're up 3. At least you have those 3 points on that 32-yard field goal from your 2nd drive. So, we'll see what happens. Still early, a lot of football played, but just you got to take advantage of that. And you got to score points off of turnovers because 9 times out of 10 it's going to be a difference, at the end of the day. I'll tell you why you won or lost, but it's going to add up, and it very well could be the difference then on why you won or lost. Like I've said, when they're turning the ball over, they're losing. When they're getting turnovers, they're scoring points off of them. They're winning football games. They just are. That's how they played the season. But 15 minutes in, 3-0 Steelers. And they show off the 1st quarter stats, which really ain't much for either team. So it is a low-scoring defense showdown. So what defense is going to bend doesn't break? Obviously, everything I mentioned earlier, stat-wise, something's got to give. But be second down Houston here to begin the second quarter of play. You know, offensively, they've made some plays. Obviously, the defense finally got a stop. You know, got the turnover, but then they couldn't capitalize on it. So the defense does here, but yeah, 2nd and 2 to begin the second quarter. Fumbled snap, and then Stroud gets hit, and then it's incomplete. So yeah, see a replay on that. But Stroud got the ball back, got hit, threw it, it's incomplete. Yeah, the snap just hit him right in the hands, went backwards a couple yards. He got under it rather than falling on it, picked it up. They almost sacked him. And then it's incomplete. So still 3rd and 2, not 3rd and long. 3rd and 2 at the 15. Roll out, Stroud. Pass is caught, first down. Almost had him picked off. So, I mean, you already have a fumble off of him. Looked more of an interception, but they say fumble, so we say fumble. But they might pick his ass off here before too long if they keep getting to him, along with keep playing and covering the way they are. From the 20, 1st and 10. Come on, defense. They'll fake the run, Stroud's pass, incomplete far side, and it's 2nd down, 2nd and 10. Yeah, they wanted to cross her over the middle, but not there. So 2nd and 10. Ball at the 20. Stroud looking to throw, and it is caught for first down 32 over the middle. So, I mean, for both teams offensively, the middle's there on the defensive side. It is. You know, so who's going to use their advantage? I mean, I get you're not going to be able to cover everything, but yeah, Nico Collins for 12, 13 yards and a first down. Stroud will hand off, and a hit by Patrick Queen, and then a tackle by Alex Highsmith. 2nd and 4. As, yeah, Woody Marks just, boom. So 2nd and 4 from the 39. Stroud will hand off again. And no gain on the play. Nick Herbig on the stop, 3rd down. They might give him a yard. It's 3rd and 3. Still 3rd down, though. Steelers holding a 3-0 lead, 12:40 and counting to play in the half. Got to get off the field. You know, make them punt. You play field position. You get a drive going. Hope to go up 2 scores before halftime. Come on, defense. From the 40, 3rd and 3. Stroud looking to throw. Over the middle. It's caught. Did he catch it, though? That's the question. A little low. But, yeah, Dalton Schultz makes the grab. That's a catch and a first down. So, once again, the Steelers can't get off the field on 3rd down. They just can't. Come on, defense. From the 46, 1st and 10. Handoff. And 7, 8 yards up the middle. Nick Chubb, yeah, former Brown. He's just going to stay healthy. Second and a yard. A long one. They'll run him again. First down, Houston. So they're going to try to wear the Steeler defense out and watch for play action. They wanted to go deep on that flea flicker, but they got the pressure, and that's how they got the fumble. From the 40, 1st and 10, Texans. Come on, defense. Handoff. And another, 6, 7 yards up the middle for Nick Chubb. Stroud will hand off once again. They'll get the first down far side. Inside the 20, down inside the 15 to the 13. God damn it. They cannot get off the field on third down, and they cannot stop this running game now. From the 13, 1st and 10. They'll run it again. Why not? Run it until they stop them. Which Pittsburgh can't. God damn, man. Got a late whistle. Injured player. And it's Woody Marks who's hurt.
So he gets attention from the medical staff. And it'll be second down when we come back. They check on Marks.
Just landed awkwardly, I guess. I don't really see anything there. I mean, might have got the wind knocked out of him. Woody Marks getting looked at. They'll take commercial break because of the injury. Get back to it in a minute, but yeah, Houston's inside the 20. Second down coming up. See if the Steeler defense can hold, force a kick. Rather be tied at 3, obviously, than down 7-3 because you couldn't capitalize off the turnover. You could have had a chance of a 2-score game there, but maybe you can get another turnover, hold 3-0 lead. Maybe they go for it on 4th down compared to kicking a field goal. And somehow they miss as well, and you're still up 3-0. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but yeah, just they got to stop the run, and then they got to get after Stroud. But this strong running game is just going to open up the passing game. So they better be ready here before too long. I mean, they already beat him on a deep ball. They wanted and had a man wide open on the flea flicker they ran, but that wasn't executed because of the Steeler defense and the turnover. But this drive for Houston, it's been run. And they're wearing out the Steeler defense. I mean, okay, you get a little timeout here, a little break because of the injury. Hopefully he's okay and we'll see if he get hurt. But, I mean, if he's going to be done, I don't know. It didn't seem that serious, but it's just going to be Nick Chubb then at running back, not both of them. But it'd be nice if the Steelers could run the football, this damn good offensively. Let Rodgers obviously still do his thing. Get DK Metcalf the ball. That drops a big play right now because that would have continued to drive first down. You could have had another field goal out of it, maybe score a touchdown. But they got to get Pat Freiermuth involved when they're back out there offensively. But yeah, first things first, going to force a kick. He seems all right. But second down here for Houston. Come on, defense. From the 6, 2nd and 3. It's not goal to go yet. They'll fake the end around in the flat. Touchdown, Texans. God damn it. They'll kick the extra point. And, it's 6-3, extra point to come. Make it 7-3. So the Steeler offense, they got to go do something now, man. Defense did their job on the turnover. You couldn't do anything off of it. And then the defense right back out there because you went 3 and out. And then they can't stop the run and they give up a, short passing touchdown. So, 6-3. Extra point. Good. It's 7-3 Texans. Yeah, that's frustrating. Just to see him drive like that. But what can you do? I mean, they converted, executed, and defense having trouble getting off the field on third down. That's a big thing right now. Steelers got to find a running game. You had, like Rodgers to get in rhythm as well. Obviously, keep getting DK Metcalf the football, but they got to get Pat Freiermuth involved. Got to have somebody else step up, obviously, at wide receiver and tight end as well. Maybe get the screen game going with these backs. A couple dump offs to Warren and Gainwell. Just, they got to move the ball and score. You're down 7-3 now. Mid-second quarter. Houston's going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So, they're going to be in a tough spot here before too long if they don't get something going offensively. But we'll see what happens. I'll leave it at that, and we'll go from there in a minute. But just that's the type of drive you want offensively, not the type of drive you want to give up on defense. But what can you do? It's still early. A lot of football to be played. It's not a 30-minute, 60-minute game. So they're gonna have to go do something on offense. What you doing, buddy? Come on. Bring it down. Come here. There you go. There you go.
Coming up at halftime, catch a special look at Disney and Pixar's new movie Hoppers, only in theaters March 6th. That's how Pittsburgh all lit up. Well, the Pirates, home of the Steelers, who now trail by 4 after that impressive drive.
So Texans on to kick off. Yeah, it was. You got to give them credit. Yeah, because they did go the distance, didn't they? Remember that fumbled snap? And then it was a 90-plus yard touchdown drive. So Gainwell, good kickoff return. See if the Steelers can capitalize off the field position.
He's already realized that Rodgers is picking up on something. He said he knew Rodgers
So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, ball at the 38-yard line. And they'll run a screen. Jonnu Smith going to lose a yard. So 2nd and 11. 8-1-4 and counting. Play in this first half. 2nd and 10. So they give him no gain. They'll fake the run. Rodgers incomplete. They'll probably get intentional grounding on that. There's a flag on the play. Maybe a roughing the passer, though. Yeah, they say intentional grounding. So loss down. Still 3rd down, but 3rd and long. I don't know why they're not running the football, but they're pass heavy here. And it's hurting them. So 3rd and 21 now. Empty set, 3rd and 21. Rodgers, they'll run a screen, Gainwell, but he'll get back to the original line of scrimmage, so that penalty just killed him. No run game either. You know, offense not doing a damn thing. I mean, they had a couple big plays on the opening drive that stalled out. Second drive, they go kick the field goal. 3-0 lead. They get the turnover on defense, but the offense can't capitalize. And then Houston goes on a long touchdown drive. And then you go 3 and out. Defense going to be tired again, right back out there because you can't do a damn thing offensively. So it's back to the defense. Going to have to do something. Down and inside the 20, but they got to get a stop. And a quick one at that. You know, got to stop this run, get after C.J. Stroud. I'm telling you, force another turnover if you can, but just get the hell off the field. They cannot get off the field on 3rd down tonight. You can't allow Houston to go on another long scoring drive before halftime and go up 2 scores. Because then they're going to get the ball back to the beginning of the second half. And if they score again, I mean, you're uphill the whole rest of the way. I mean, you could hope to force a kick here on this drive, be down, 7 at 10-3, but you don't even want to give up that. You definitely want to give up a touchdown, be down 11, at 14-3, but they got to get a stop and play field position, go do something on offense. Because now's going to be the time, right before halftime, that maybe the offense gets going. You carry that momentum in the second half. I mean, obviously they're not getting the ball back in the second half tonight, but they have no momentum. It went away after they were not able to capitalize off the turnover. For what very little momentum they had prior to that. But, I mean, 3 points is 3 points. At least they have that, because if they don't, they'd be, getting shut out now after giving up the touchdown. Man, just frustrating offensively. They cannot do anything whatsoever for the most part here tonight. And you got to feel bad for the defense because, they're out there trying to do their best. And, I mean, yeah, they were able to force a punt early. They got the turnover, but then, yeah, Houston just put it to them, and they're going to try to hope to do the same again now when we come back. Hopefully not. So yeah, it's stop the run and get enforce pressure, get after them. So who's it going to be? But yeah, 7-3 as we near halftime. Texans lead the Steelers. Winner tonight plays out the Patriots next Sunday. Loser, obviously, season's over. You're on next year. Come on, defense. It's 1st and 10, Houston. Ball to 19. They'll run it again. And who is that on the stop?
The last time the Texans had it, a gain of 4 is Houston starts for the 3rd time in 4 drives inside their own 20. So this has been a run game for Houston.
It wasn't Hayward and it wasn't Benton.
It's been an offense that has struggled to run the football. And you can
Was it Derek Harmon, 99?
that over the last 4 games, Pittsburgh, number 1 in the NFL,
Gave up 4 yards, though.
up to 73 yards.
2nd and 6. They got to stop this run, man. They got to stop this run from the 23. Trouble with the snap. He fumbled it again. Get on it. And then down he goes on the sack. Ball's out, though. Steelers have it. Yeah. TJ Watt has the football. And another turnover. So, all right, here we go. They got to capitalize off this turnover, unlike they're not able to capitalize off the first fumble. Defense, hey, telling the offense, let's get the fucking work. Let's go win this game. So trouble with the snap again, and then he stepped up, got hit, and then TJ Watt recovers it. And they had the ball right around midfield off the other fumble. They have the ball at the fucking 20-yard line now, going in. They got to score a touchdown. Put it to them like they just put it to you on the last drive and run the goddamn ball. They've been too one-dimensional, too pass-heavy this first half. And it really hasn't worked out. I'm telling you, get Freiermuth involved. From the 21, 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. And they'll toss near side. And all right, they lose a couple yards. Well, if you can't run the football and you're going to be throwing it, run the fucking screens. Running back screens, right, left, middle, tight end screens, the same thing. You know, I don't know about getting tricky just yet, but maybe throw a fade to DK. Telling you, get the tight ends involved. Pat Fryman, Johnny Smith, Connor Hayward. Be awesome. Darnell Washington was out there, but he's hurt, obviously. Rodgers looking to throw. Far side is caught. Motherfucker. They keep going backwards again. So now it's like 3rd and 15, and they cannot capitalize off this fumble just yet. So 3rd and long, I mean, you're going to hope to get some meaningful yards on this play to probably kick another field goal to still be down 1 at 7-6. But then it's 3 points off of turnover. It's points off of turnover. You know, it might add up. Might mean something later. Who knows? Might be a difference. But they can't even capitalize off a short field and a fucking turnover. 3rd and 14 from the 25. Trips in a bunch. Bottom of your screen. Rodgers. Complete. Gainwell. The offensive, defensive, and special teams MVP for the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. He's going to come up short as 4th and 2. Now you got a decision to make. Do you kick it, take your points? Do you go for it? Because if you don't kick it, go for it, and don't get it, those 3, points might come back to bite you because you don't have them. But then if you score a touchdown on this drive, even better. They're going to line up to go for it here with 4:09 and counting to play in the half. It's 4th and 2 for Pittsburgh. Yep. And they'll, in the flat, hit Adam Thielen. 1st down, Pittsburgh. Yeah, they bit on the run. It looked like they were running right the fucking middle and they weren't going to get it. But, yeah, Thielen in the flat, far side. First down. They got a 1st and goal now. You definitely got to punch this in. You got to score a touchdown. Let's go. So 1st and goal, Pittsburgh at the 9. They got 4 shots to punch it in. Rodgers up under center, motion man. They'll run it. Jalen Warren spins for maybe a yard or 2. They got to score a touchdown, man. They got to score a touchdown. And if they already went for it on 4th and 2, and got the 1st and goal, they'll probably still go for it on 4th and goal here, unless it's, from the where they're at. Then you probably kick it. Just, if it's 4th and goal from the yard, yeah, you probably go for it. But anything beyond that, you probably kick. Outside the 5. Rodgers, near side, out of the back of the end zone, incomplete. 3rd and goal from the 8. And now another late whistle. Flag on the play as well. Maybe a defensive hold. Of course, ineligible man downfield. So they'll replay the down. Or no, Houston's going to decline it. It's still going to be 3rd down. 3rd and goal from the 8. Motherfucker. He wanted a shuffle, but he wasn't there. So then Rodgers had to throw it deep, and it's incomplete, and then they got the penalty called against them. So now 3rd and goal at the 8 because they declined it. Rodgers gets sacked. So 4th and goal, you got to kick this now. Kick the field goal. Kick it. Just pathetic. They cannot take advantage of a short field off of another defensive turnover. They go, 3 yards on that drive total after the loss and the penalty and all that? You kick the field goal. Take your points. God damn. Yeah. 7 plays and 4 yards. And they had goal to go. And now they're kicking it on 4th and goal at the 2-minute warning when we come back from, the 17-yard line. So it's going to be, a extra point, basically, for Boswell. He's already good from 32 here. This will be from about 34, 35 to make it a 7-6 game when we come back. But that's just pathetic. They cannot capitalize off another turnover and score another touchdown. Well, they're first, at least, knock on wood, they're going to get points out of this. But won't know, obviously, until we come back from break here at the 2-minute warning. So after those missed kicks a week ago, nothing's for granted. But man, just frustrating. They've had chances. They just haven't been able to capitalize. So it's their own damn fault.
It's never too late for an unforgettable gift. Hurrying to Timmy's house. Hurry to Mercedes-Benz holiday love celebration now.
In 1939, the first NFL game hit the airwaves, and America's passion for football changed forever. From plays that turned floorboards into stomping grounds,
So this is officially a 35-yard field goal attempt to the river. Kick is good. It is 7-6 with 1:57 to play in the half. Texans are going to get the ball back with 2 timeouts. As obviously we're under 2-minute warning now. So, I mean, if the Steelers can get a quick stop, maybe call your timeout to get the ball back with some time. Maybe, steal some points before halftime. Because offensively, you're not going to get the ball back now until, after Houston's opening third quarter drive. And who knows when that's officially going to end. Because they're going to, as they kicked off to begin the game, they're going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So, yeah, the Texans right now have a chance to double dip and score some points here before half and then coming out of the half. Hopefully the Steeler defense doesn't allow them to do just that and, obviously get a stop and, keep it at what it is. I mean, really right now, honestly, Pittsburgh's got to get this game into the fourth quarter with a chance to win it. But Pittsburgh's going to stop the run on defense. Obviously, hey, keep getting after C.J. Stroud. That's 2 fumbles now on him. And they have 3 points to show for it, off of those. So, and then obviously they had the field goal prior to that. And then obviously the field goal off of the second turnover. But been nice if they would have been able to score more points off the 2 turnovers. But 7-6 here under the 2-minute warning. Texans return the kick. It's about the 20. That's where they'll set up shop 1st and 10. So special teams making plays again. Hopefully the Steelers defense can continue doing what they're doing. Probably then just for the offense not do a damn thing. Hopefully the offense can get going here before too long. But yeah. 1st and 10, Texans at the 20. Stroud up under center. They'll run it. And 3-4 yards. And Woody Marks is back in the ball game. Second and 6 from the 24. Come on, defense. Clock's ticking, too. Stroud's pass caught. Short, 3rd and a yard. We'll see if either team calls a timeout here. All right, Texans call a timeout. Their second, they'll have 1 left. Or actually, the Steelers call a timeout, they say now. So they're first, both teams with 2 left, and it's 3rd and a yard for Houston. So we'll see the Steelers defense get off the field, finally on 3rd down or not. And then if they do, you call another timeout, get the ball back with about a minute and a timeout to go, to potentially go score some points before halftime. Because then you'll have momentum going into half. Yeah, they'll get the ball back. Texans will coming out of the half, but you see the defense can get a stop. Yeah, come on, D. 3rd and a yard from the 29. They'll sneak it, and I don't know, a push. Yeah, they'll give it to him now. So now under a minute to go, new set of downs for the Texans, 1st and 10. They're still in no hurry to call their 2 timeouts. But ball's still at the 33-yard line, so they still got a ways to go. Texans, Stroud's pass is caught. Queen on the stop. And now a timeout called by the Texans. 41 seconds. 2nd down coming up. They'll have 1 left. Well, if you get them to call their 3rd and final, hey, tackle them in bounds. Looks like we're taking another commercial break. We'll get back to it in a minute. Nice aerial shot of the Steel City. City of Champions on their quest stairway to 7.
Dry eyes still feel gritty, rough, or tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel. MyBo is the only prescription dry eye drop that holds a protective layer for the number one cause of dry eye, too much tear evaporation. For relief, that's remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask your eye doctor about prescription MyBo.
Top linebacker prospect, 40-yard time, 4.6. Isolated top three with strong leadership skills. Next, which player will have to work under tackle and make a profile. That's the guy.
So there I was, scrolling eBay. When I saw this, still in the mattress. It's like the exact same one my mom wore.
This whole time it was right there on eBay.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay.
They all start on the outside. Looking in. The future, too faint to see. Closer. The eyes told the truth. Greatness was already done. Every legend starts as a long shot. Soon, the suits will be pressed, the stage set, and everyone will be watching. From first dream to draft night destiny, ESPN is where it all begins.
So they promote the NFL draft for late April. Obviously going to be in Pittsburgh this year as America is celebrating 250 years here in 2026. But come on, defense. Stroud looking to throw. And down the middle. It's incomplete. Incomplete. Big hit. Jarred it loose. Incomplete. 3rd down and 5. 35 seconds to go. Yeah, big hit by Chuck Clark. He's been playing well lately. He has. A little slow to get up because of the hit. But yeah, he doesn't make that hit. It's probably caught in a 1st down and they're in field goal range. So it's incomplete. 3rd down. 3rd and 5. And Chuck Clark's actually still down on the field. So hopefully he's okay.
Texans with 5 straight 3rd down conversions, and that is Clark, who is able to get up now and walk over.
So, I mean, obviously, they've made a lot of moves in the secondary this year. Obviously had started out with Jalen Ramsey, Deshaun Elliott, Darius Slay, Juan Thornhill, Joey Porter Jr., Brandon Eccles, Chuck Clark, Miles Killebrew. Well, Killebrew got hurt, as did Deshaun Elliott. They released Juan Thornhill to sign Asante Samuel Jr. Darius Slay wanted out. He was signed by Buffalo, never reported. So technically, they have the rights to him, but he's not playing. But Pittsburgh, in the meantime, had signed Asante Samuel Jr. later on in the year. But prior to that, brought back James Pierre, signed Jabril Peppers away from New England, and then they traded for Kyle Duggar with the New England Patriots right before the trade deadline as well. So, I mean, they played against Duggar when he was a Patriot week 3, And now if the Steelers win tonight, they'll be going to Foxborough to take on the Pats, and he'll be, playing as a member of the Steelers next week against his former team. But, Chuck Clark now hurt. Hopefully he's okay. I've been saying we'll see if they can get Deshaun Elliott back, here come playoff time or not. But, it's going to be a lot of Jalen Ramsey, with Joey Porter Jr. and Brandon Eccles and Asante Samuel Jr. and Kyle Duggar, Pierre as well. Asante Samuel Jr. as mentioned. But they get the first down after that pass was deep incomplete. But then wide open, and he drops it right through his hands, incomplete. So second down coming up here for Houston, 2nd and 10. They still have a timeout. Or no, they don't. They call their third and final timeout. Sorry. 22 seconds now and counting. And a big hit. Wind that clock. Oh, he dropped it. It's incomplete. Yeah, Peyton Wilson with the hit. Third and 10, 16 seconds now. Come on, D. And maybe a catch and a fumble rather than incompletion. I don't think anybody recovered it, though, so it's incomplete, 3rd and 10. Yeah, Houston, no timeout, so tackle them in bounds. I was going to say, wind that clock, because it's just going to run. But 3rd and 10, Houston 7 of 8 on 3rd down tonight. Pittsburgh hasn't converted once. Stroud pump fakes, going deep. Ball's caught at the 50 for 5. But it's 4th down, 13 seconds. Looks like they're going to punt. Why not fucking heave it? Throw a Hail Mary. But 4th and 6, you can get a first down, maybe get out of bounds. Still maybe get in field goal range. Okay, but they're going to punt, actually. Because the timing. They don't want to, I don't think they can buy 13 seconds on a Hail Mary. Hook and ladder, pitchy, woo-woo, yeah, but that's what I said. If you're going to be able to tackle them in bounds there, the clock was going to run out. But Texans will punt. Watch a fake. No, they'll kick it deep. So, yeah, they'll let it bounce. And it's going to be down at the 8. Time expires, though. So, yeah, that looks to be halftime. Steelers are probably just going to take a knee anyway. So, at halftime here tonight on Monday Night Football, Texans lead the Steelers 7-6.
He's doing a really good job. We just got to protect the ball there. You can't have the turnovers that we had. But our offense just got to keep driving down and get us in striking distance and go score.
When you've affected Aaron Rodgers, what's worked?
Our front is getting after. We're playing really good coverage in the back end. The front is relentlessly getting after them. So they keep doing that. Keep winning 3rd down to get them off the field. Our guys are playing really good defense. Just got to come and close it out.
Yeah, Pittsburgh defensively cannot get off the field on 3rd down, but Houston is getting off the field on 3rd down. Because Steelers, they haven't converted on 3rd down just yet. And they've only scored 3 points off of 2 turnovers and also a 32-yard field goal prior to that. The offense really hasn't done much tonight. And the Texans with a 7-6 lead at halftime going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So 7-6, Texans lead the Steelers at halftime. We'll update some stats and scores shortly. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions, comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always get appreciated as well. This video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Scan the QR code or click the first top link in the description below if you haven't done so already, and hit hype if available on your YouTube screen. So Yeah, 7-6 at halftime. Texans. Steelers haven't won a playoff game in 9 years. They haven't lost a home Monday Night Football game since 1991, though. Texans on a 9-game winning streak have never won on the road in the playoffs, so someone's got to give. But 7-6 at halftime. Stroud 13 of 20, 118 yards and a touchdown. That to Christian Kirk, who has 5 catches, 58 yards receiving, but it was a goal line touchdown. Stroud's been sacked twice. He has 2 fumbles. Steelers only have 3 points off of those 2 turnovers, though. Woody Marks, 11 carries, 59 yards. Nick Chubb, the former Brown, 4 of 23. Steelers defense, they have to stop the run. They got to keep getting pressure on C.J. Stroud. And they got to cover a little bit better on defense as well. From Nico Collins, 3 catches, 21 yards. Christian Kirk's 5 of 58 and a touchdown. Hutchinson, a catch for 16 yards. Kate Stover, 2 of 13. Dalton Schultz, 2 of 10. Steelers on the flip side, Aaron Rodgers, 9 of 15, 79 yards passing. Talked about the Steelers' run game early on those first 2 drives. It was balanced. It was consistent. You know, they were getting DK Metcalf the football. Since then, no running game, no DK, nothing to the tight ends, nothing to any of the other wide receivers. So Rodgers had 9 of 15, 79 yards. Warren, 5 of 14. Gainwell, 3 of 10. They have 8 carries, 24 yards total combined between the 2 of them. You know, just a little over 100 total yards. Metcalf, 2 catches, 42 yards. Gainwell, 3 of 21 out of the backfield. MVS has 2 catches, 12 yards. Thielen, a catch for 4 yards. Remember, that was on 4th down to, you know, get them goal to go. And then they still go backwards and still have to kick a fucking field goal. And that was off the second turnover to finally get points off of it. Because remember, they didn't get points off the first turnover. Queen with 6 total tackles on defense. TJ Watt with 5 total tackles. They have 2 sacks, 1 by Benton, 1 by Sawyer. Obviously, 2 fumbles. Daye Black on the 1 recovery and TJ Watt on the other. And only 3 points to show for it. But Boswell, good from 32 and 35. That's how the Steelers have their 6 points they have. Overall total team stats with the Texans to receive the second half kick here. Texans have 11 first downs on 5 total drives with 112 passing, 86 rushing for a $198 total. They're 7 of 9 on 3rd down, so the Steeler defense has to get off the field on 3rd down. Whereas the Steeler offense, they got to convert on 3rd down. They're 0 of 6 on 3rd down. They haven't converted once. They have 6 first downs themselves. 1 on 1 on 4th down. Steelers, because of losses, with the 70 passing and 24 rushing, 94 total yards. Only 3 penalties, 2 of 19 for the Texans, 1 of 11 against the Steelers. So the refs are letting them play. We'll see how true that holds up to be, though, in the second half. Obviously, 2 turnovers by Houston. Steelers, there's only 3 points off of those. Texans right now controlling the clock, 16-44 to 13-16. So something's got to give this second half. I mean, really, flat out for the Steelers, they got to do something on offense. With the run game and the pass game, they got to run the football, let Aaron Rodgers do his thing, keep getting DK Metcalf the football. Establish a running game. You know, they had it early, they went away from it, been pass heavy. But keep getting DK Metcalf the ball, get these tight ends involved. You know, they don't really go to Pat Freiermuth at all, but when they do, they don't go to him until late in the game. And it's like, where the hell has this been at all game, let alone all season? You know, somebody also has to step up behind DK, at wide out and behind Freiermuth at tight end once they finally get him the football. If they get him the football tonight, they said it seems like the middle of the field is there for both offenses against these defenses. Is, you know, do you use it to your advantage, though, or not? But then Steelers defensively, they got to get off the field on 3rd down. They got to stop the run, and they got to get off the field on 3rd down. If they can get another turnover or 2, you know, potentially score some more points off of it, really just get this game into the fourth quarter, the chance to win it, I think they'll be all right. But, 30 down, 30 to go. They're down by one at 7-6. They got to get in a groove, and they got to go score and find a way to win this game. It's a one-game season. That survive in advance, as mentioned. Winner tonight plays at the Patriots next Sunday with a kick time and network still to be determined for all the divisional games. I'll let us know that later on tonight. But the NFL wildcard round with the NFL playoffs this season kicked off on Saturday. The Rams went to Carolina earlier in the season, got upset by the Panthers. Looks like they're going to lose again, but they came back and won it. Rams with a 34-31 win to kick off the playoffs Saturday afternoon. Saturday night, back and forth game in the second half as the Bears were down by a couple scores at halftime, got themselves back in it and scored late and then made a defense stop and held on to win the game as the Bears won their first home playoff game in 15 years against their division rival in the Green Bay Packers, officially 31-27, as it was the only third time they ever met in the postseason, as they've met over 200 times total, but only 3 now in the playoffs. A week after Pearl Harbor, the NFC Championship game for Super Bowl 45, in which the Packers beat the Bears before they beat the Steelers. Would have liked to have the Bears win that game then rather than the other night. The Steelers, because the Steelers probably would have won Super Bowl 45 then. But then the Steelers also still probably would have won Super Bowl 45 if they didn't turn the football over. And then the Packers beat them, 31-25. But that's neither here nor there now. But yeah, the Rams and Bears both won in one-score games on Saturday. Had a couple of one-score games yesterday as well before Sunday football. The Bills went to Jacksonville and beat the Jags down in Duval, 27-24 your final. And then the 49ers beat the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles 23-19 yesterday afternoon, bouncing them from the playoffs. And then last night on Sunday football, Patriots with a 16-3 win at home over the visiting Chargers. As that was a field goal game up until New England scored the lone touchdown in the second half. From 3-0 to 3-3 to 6-3 to 9-3, 16-3 your final. Winner tonight plays out the Patriots next Sunday, as mentioned. As we take a look at the divisional round, we'll have obviously 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. On Saturday in the NFC, the number 1 seed Seattle Seahawks will host the San Francisco 49ers. The first game, or one of the 2 games on Sunday, will be the other NFC game, as the Rams will be in the Windy City taking on the Bears. The AFC side of things, more interested in that with the Pittsburgh Steelers, as once again, the winner of this game tonight with the Texans and Steelers will go to Foxborough, take on the New England Patriots next Sunday. But next Saturday in the AFC, the Broncos, the 1 seed in the AFC, will host the Buffalo Bills from Mile High. So both 1 seeds at home next Saturday, with the Seahawks hosting the 49ers and the Broncos hosting the Bills. Rams, Bears, as mentioned, also in the NFC on Sunday, and then the winner of this at the Patriots Sunday as well. But kickoff times and networks for all 4 divisional games still to be determined. But it'll be 4 and 8 on Saturday, and 3 and 6:30 on Sunday. It's just a matter of fact of what games and what slot and what networks is it on. So that's the wild card. That's the divisional. Obviously, the conference championships are in 2 weeks. The AFC game will be early, if I'm not mistaken, followed by the NFC game, and then the Pro Bowl the following week, and then Super Bowl 60 Sunday, February the 8th, 2026. And here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Hopefully, the black and gold are in Northern California But in the meantime, they got to take care of business here tonight just to advance the division round. And then I hope to take care of business then and so on and so forth in the AFC Championship games and just to get the promised land in the Super Bowl. You know, somewhere they haven't been in 15 years and somewhere they haven't won in 17 years. So, yeah, 7-6 here at halftime tonight on Monday Night Football for this wild card playoff matchup with the Texans and Steelers. Texans lead by a point, 7-6, as they have a Stroud passing touchdown to Christian Kirk, and Chris Boswell has 2 field goals from 32 and 35 respectively. So, yeah, Texans lead the Pittsburgh Steelers 7-6 here at halftime as we're about to kick off the second half, it looks like. So, Texans to receive. Steelers defense going to be out there once again, as they've been out there a lot tonight because they haven't been able to get off the field, and the offense not doing much. So, I mean, yeah, defense going to have to do something. Offense going to have to do something. I mean, special teams, Boswell has 2 field goals, but, you know, they're still down. So they got to score touchdowns one way or another. They got to keep getting turnovers. They got to score off those turnovers more than they have. But just find a way to win this game, you know. Find a way to win it. That's all that matters.
Pennsylvania all lit up, excited to have their Steelers in the postseason, winners of the AFC North, and trailing by 1 point at the half. Texans about to get the ball to start the second half.
So about to kick off this third quarter. Yeah, Texans kicked off to begin the game, so they're getting the ball to begin the second half now. Come on. Boswell kicks it deep. And the 25 on the return. So Lisa Salters interviewed Mike Tomlin just a minute ago. What do you have to say? Good enough job because they've got turnovers, but yeah, third downs, the run game, they're too pass heavy. They got to have something happen here. 1st and 10, Houston. Stroud rolls out. It's caught first down at the 40. So they'll go to the booth. There's Joe Buck, Troy Aikman on the call tonight. Come on, defense. Let's go. Yep. Stroud will hand off, and the Texans get a first down run to the Steeler 45 now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they've been able to run the ball. Stroud ain't playing bad. I mean, he has the 2 turnovers, but, you know, Pittsburgh wasn't able to capitalize off of it. So, and then defense can't get off the field on third down. Offense can't convert third downs. Offense has done shit. 1st and 10, Texans again. Come on, defense. Stroud, quick pass over the middle. It's caught. And Kyle Duggar on the stop. And Cam Hayward is down injured, they say. Hopefully he's okay. All right, Cam Hayward getting up. They'll take a commercial break, even though he's walking off on the sideline now. So we got a little bit of a delay, and we'll get back to it. Man. Just frustrating. You know, not damn things going their way tonight. Like, they came out firing. They came out looking pretty good. Drive stalled out, and then, you know, they get the stop, and then they go kick a field goal. You know, got a couple turnovers, but only 3 points off of them. But other than that, offensively and defensively, not a damn thing. When Houston's just, for the most part, doing what they want, running the ball. Like I said, Stroud ain't looking bad. I mean, everybody talks about the weapons from Nico Collins to Christian Kirk. But then, yeah, Higgins and Noel, Matt Campbell's Iowa State wide receivers, as he's now in Happy Valley, and we are Penn State. But, I mean, Dalton Schultz had a good catch at tight end, former Cowboy. You know, Chubb wasn't running bad, but it's been more Woody Marks. But, yeah, they just... Steelers got to get in, you know, their ass in gear. They're going to want to win this game. So Cam Hayward walking around on the sideline. He got his ankle rolled up, it looked like. It's 1st and 10, Houston, though. Come on, defense. Ball to 31. Early third quarter here. Stroud will hand off, and they'll run it for 8-9 yards up the middle. Jalen Ramsey on the tackle. God damn it.
Has to make the tackle. But good start, a good start for this Texans team to start the second half. Yeah, great double team right there in the side. And then you see what Woody Marks has to operate with. So they go big personnel. They go 2 tight ends. They have the extra offensive lineman, Blake Fisher, in as well.
From the 22-yard line, 2nd and 1. Stroud up under center. And they'll run it again. And they'll get another first down. Man. So Cam Hayward going back out. From the 20, 1st and 10. They'll run it again, far side. 4 yards or so, 2nd and 6. Come on. Second and 6. Stroud, quick pass, complete in the flat. Big hit. Kyle Duggar. Somebody else, I didn't get a number. It's 3rd down, 3rd and 4, but Duggar was the first to hit. See if they show a replay or not. Come on, defense. 3rd and 4. Stroud looking to throw again. Pump fakes. And then it's incomplete. No, it's picked off. Brandon Eccles. Another turnover. They got to score off of this. I'm telling you, man. Come on. Here we go. And then he kicks the ball in celebration. That might be a penalty. It'll back him up half the distance potentially. But Brandon Eccles, 2-6, with an interception. He just jumped the route. Duggar was on the coverage. Eccles jumped it. It's picked off. That's 3 turnovers now by the Texans. All by C.J. Stroud. 2 fumbles and now an interception. Yeah, they got a ways to go. This is going to be their, furthest they've gone trying to score off of a turnover. The first one, obviously, right around midfield, nothing. And then the second fumble, got the ball at the 20, ran 7-8 plays for a couple yards, though, because they got goal to go, but then went backwards. Still had to kick a field goal. Couldn't even score a touchdown there. Touchdown there would have been nice, where this game's gone for sure. But then they get an interception. So the defense, 3 fucking turnovers. 3. Count them. 1, 2, 3. Okay? And only 3 points to show for off the first 2. They got to go get more off this third one now. They just do. This offense got to get in a groove and go score. Enough of 3 and out. They got to convert on 3rd down for 1, but they got to go drive and score. I mean, I'll take another field goal, go up 9-7. A lead's a lead, but you'd like a touchdown. And then you probably go for 2 to make it 14-7. But maybe you don't, and it's 13-7, because if you don't get it, it's 12-7. And just put more pressure on yourself. Like, you don't chase points, but they got established a run. They had it early. Been one-dimensional pass heavy ever since. They got to get DK Metcalf the football. Got to get Pat Fryermuth the football. They got to go on a drive and score. They got to make them pay. You just can't have the defense do everything for you, and then offensively you're not doing a damn thing. But that's what's happened here. So, show a replay of the INT. And a little post cross. And he pump faked. I thought they're going to have him sacked, and then he threw it, and Eccles just jumped the route, and it's picked off. They got to go score. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Ball at the 4. They'll run Jalen Warren, and he'll bulldoze forward for 6 yards. There you go. Now get the first down and work out of that. Okay, Eccles are saying he's down by contact at the 4. No penalty for excessive celebration or anything like that. Just down by contact after the INT. No return on it. So, 2nd and 3. From the 11, they'll run Warren again. And he'll get the first down. That's forward progress. That's a first down. Move it. That's a first down. Thank you very much. See what the run game does for you? Now you can run to pass. Not pass to run, as they were earlier, and way too pass heavy when nothing was working. So the Steelers got to make them pay. Remember, the Texans went on that long touchdown drive. Steelers have a chance to do the same right now. From the 14, 1st and 10. And we got movement. False start on the Steelers. They'll back up 5 yards. God damn it.
suspension for that altercation with a fan in Detroit. 3 of his first 4 throws went toward number 4. Then a drop later in the first half. On the third possession, he is not thrown toward DK.
So 1st and 15 now after the penalty. 8:15 counting to play in the third quarter. Still 7-6 because the Texans turned it over on their opening third quarter drive. Quick bubble screen complete. God damn it. Calvin Austin, nowhere to go. 2nd and 15. Come on, man. Let's fucking go. Do something for once.
You got to back them off somehow. And these quick passes that, that's what the Steelers offense has really been about. We saw a little bit more down the field last week, especially there in the second half. Prior move working the middle of the field. We saw the double move last week with Calvin Austin.
2nd and 15 from the 9.
Gotten anything down the field. And this is playing right in the Texans' hands. Second down and 15.
Rogers pass is caught for 5-6 yards, so they get that penalty yardage back, but it's still 3rd and 10, 3rd and 9. They got to convert. They have not converted on 3rd down yet tonight. Not once. They got to get a 1st down here. They got to get something off this turnover. Defense, once again, can't do everything for them. From the 15, it's 3rd and 9. Rogers over the middle. 1st down at the 28. I'll be damned. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 1st down, Pittsburgh. They finally get a 1st down on 3rd down tonight. Took them till 7 minutes to play in the third quarter, but they finally did it. You got to use that as momentum. Well, shit, you already have momentum off the interception, but offense got to do something, though. You know, so they got to keep going. From the 29, 1st and 10, got to keep trucking at it. Run the ball. They will. Gainwell. Going to lose about a yard or so. Maybe a face mask? No. He tried to cut it back and get far side, and Rodgers is going to block for him, but they wrapped him up in the meantime. So 2nd and 12. Another empty set. Rodgers looking to throw. Quick slant. He pump faked it. Avoided a sack. Rolling out. And it's incomplete. 10 for MVS. 3rd down and 12 coming up. Just like that, you know, after they get a 1st down, you know, nothing. And then nothing. So you get, you know, 3rd and long again. Come on, boys. Let's go. 3rd and 12, Pittsburgh. Down 7-6 here. 5:52 play in the third. And try to capitalize off another turnover. Rodgers going deep. And Calvin Austin. Where's the penalty? Where's the fucking flag? No pass interference. Of course not. It's incomplete. 4th and 12. That's pass interference. Come on. Oh, bullshit. Fuck you. So the Steelers are going to have to punt. They cannot do anything on offense tonight. Waitman kicks it deep. Texans on the punt return. Gets to the 30. Yeah, Steelers with 3 turnovers and only 3 points to show for it off of those 3 turnovers. And they have a 32-yard field goal before that. That's the 6 points they have. I mean, the defense, the 3 turnovers, only giving up a touchdown, could be a hell of a lot worse. They're down 7-6 here near the end of the third quarter. Like I said, defense can't do it all for them. They just can't. Before too long, they're probably going to fucking break. That's just frustrating. I mean, hey, defense, get another stop. Get another turnover. How about a fumble, scoop, and score? How about a pick 6 at this rate? Because the offense sure as hell ain't going to score a touchdown right now. So, I mean, we'll see what happens here, but yeah, defense going to have to get another stop. Just frustrating as all hell.
Smith is a legendary football and dancing star, but he also has got to go like a regular person. So we had one translate. All routine was getting stable.
His last insurance company wasn't doing it for him.
So this box had a try.
He switched to Geico.
Like 5, 6, 7, 8, 900.
Dollars. He saved over $900 by switching.
You're not Emmett Smith, but we'll treat you like him. It feels good to get the star treatment. It feels good to Geico. Oh my. It's the new homemade cheeseburger from Applebee's. Our juicy bacon cheeseburger served on a skillet of cheese and deliciousness. Much cheese. Applebee's, the new homemade cheeseburger from $11.99. Also on $2.25.
This is still a 7-6 ball game as we go back to that last play. Yeah, you take a look at it. Calvin Austin, he ran the go route, and it looked like he ran a pretty good route. You expect the receiver then to be expecting it out over the outside shoulder, but everything looks good. And then Aaron Rodgers on the bench, apparently he didn't run exactly what it was that he was looking for. And you see the frustration as he's trying to show Martin Smith, the offensive coordinator, what was supposed to be the route. I will say that Calvin Austin is a guy that's 5'9", and when you're outside as a wide receiver, outside the numbers on the go route, those are hard balls for a quarterback. And it's hard enough for a receiver at that
So 1st and 10, Houston from the 30. Stroud rolls out. Play action and dump off in the flat. Gets 5 yards. 2nd down and 5.
Well, go back to that. It's one of the reasons, Joe, we had the Steelers a few weeks back against the Miami Dolphins, and that was when they had brought in Adam Thielen and Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and those guys started to play more, and the veteran experience that they have kind of calmed Aaron Rodgers down a little bit, and kept knowing that these guys were going to be where they're supposed to be.
From the 35, 2nd and 5. Stroud will hand off. There's a flag on the play. 2 yards up the middle, but we'll see what the dirty laundry is from the Z.
Gain of 2 on the play. Here comes the call from Fred Will. Still in motion.
They say illegal motion. 5 yards. They'll replay 2nd down.
Why are the Steelers still in this ball game? Because of 3 turnovers tonight.
Second and 10 from the 30. Stroud avoids a sack, and then he gets sacked. So 3rd and 10. Come on, defense. Get off the field on 3rd down. See if they bring pressure, if they drop. No. Stroud's pass, far side. Incomplete. 4th down. Defense. Hey, guess what? They just did their job once again. They're going to force a punt. Steeler offense going to get the ball back, but hey, Steeler offense hasn't done shit, so what makes you think they're going to do something now? Now's the time to go do something. The defense, like I said, cannot do everything for you. They get another stop. It's time for the offense to go drive and score. And then talk about momentum then going into the fourth quarter. Defense playing the way they are if you can get a lead. Texans punt. Steelers on the return from the 10, 20, 24. Goes Calvin Austin. 1st and 10 Steelers from there. 3:42 to play in the third. Down 7-6 still. Take a break, get back to it.
Safety located in Cranberry Township, PA, about 20 miles north of here. Global leader in the development and manufacturing of safety products, including these custom wild card hard hats. Send a case to Aaron Rodgers. He's been under siege tonight by this Texans defense. 7-6 ball game. Steelers ball as we give you a look from our Skycam brought to you by Intuit.
Come on, boys, let's go. Do something from the 24, 1st and 10. 7-6 Texans on top of the Steelers. Thielen in motion. Rodgers up under center will fake the run. Rodgers stepping up, far side, high but caught. And that is Adam Thielen for a Steeler first down. All right, he's stepping up behind DK. Metcalf was deep, wide open as well. 1st and 10 Steelers. Ball at the 45. Rodgers. Fake the run. Pass got. Everybody got jammed up on their routes. So the pass had to wait, and then he dumps it off to Jonnu Smith, and he loses a yard. So 2nd and 11.
Against this Matt Burke defense on a 10
2nd and 11. Rodgers. And it's incomplete. So now you got 3rd and 11. Where the fuck is the run game at? I mean, seriously. And you wonder why you can't do anything because you're one-dimensional. When they've run the ball tonight, it's been good runs. Whether it's run or pass.
Any other defense in the league, they just line up, they show you pre-snap pretty much what they're going to do, and you just don't have any answers for it.
3rd and 11.
Steelers have faced 3rd and 10 or more. It's 3rd and 11.
Rodgers looking to throw again. Gets hit, ball's on the ground. Steelers recover at the 30. Mason McCormick. So they'll punt. Jesus Christ. At least they didn't recover that, and then they have a short field. You're going to punt and, play field position still. Down 1, 7-6. This offense, man, just nothing.
He gets up on top, and there's a guy that's going to try to get the ball down the field, but Daniil Hunter doesn't even allow him to get the ball.
So Waitman kicks it away. Be fielded around the 12. Yeah. So defense still going to have to get another stop here. Good God.
One shot makes you receive for 24 hours. There's a lot of science that goes into making sure this helmet protects me. The same is true of the Colgate Total Active Prevention System.
It's 15 times more effective at fighting the root cause of oral health problems.
Try the Colgate Total Active Prevention System.
Prevent problems before they start. Shake it down and go and get yourself over for that route. You got us. We got that. There's regular code. This one's blue. Coors Light. Choose Chewy.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Gouda. Meds verified by Chewy's licensed pharmacists, paired with his favorite treats. Delivered by Chewy, devoured by Gouda. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy Pharmacy.
Big time, best time, all the time. Come see the Royal Cool.
Tonight's aerial coverage is brought to you by McDonald's. On Thursday, February 5th, the Stars will be out in San Francisco to kick off Super Bowl 60 weekend. Find out who will take home the game's most prestigious awards with host John Hamm. Known as NFL Honors on NBC and NFL Network. By the way, John is looking for a good steakhouse in San Francisco. If you have one, text him.
From the 23, 1st and 10 Houston. Minute and a half to play in the 3rd. They still lead 7-6. Stroud's pass over the middle. Caught and dropped. Incomplete. 10 for Nico Collins with Joey Porter on the coverage. And Collins slow to get up again. 2nd and 10.
Hit the ground hard on this cold night. Joey Porter Jr. was right there for the Steelers.
Take a look at the end of this play. Well-positioned ball. He just goes right down on his head
Come on, defense. 2nd and 10.
Texans since then impressive touchdown drive. 14-play drive from fumble, punt, interception, punt.
Fumbled snap.
On the snap,
And Highsmith almost got to him, but C.J. Stroud recovered. It's 3rd and long.
back on top of it. That is 3 times we have seen that.
Yeah, they've had trouble with snaps tonight.
Others that have not
2 fumbles, not off of those, but 2 fumbles by Stroud, and then he also has the interception, and he wasn't even paying attention to that one.
He's looking to wait for C.J. Stroud to tell him the ball should be snapped
So 3rd and long.
and get the center.
3rd and 15 back at the 18. Come on, defense. Under a minute to play in the 3rd. Stroud looking to throw. Far side. Caught. 1st down. You gotta be kidding me.
This game, and that is a big one. A 3rd down conversion with 30 seconds left in the quarter, 49 yards. But
That'll probably take us to the 4th quarter. They don't need to snap it to the end of the 3rd now. They don't want to.
he gets on him, and then Kyle Duggar.
Good God.
His line of defense. He's playing middle safety, and because Kirk was so good at not really showing what he was doing on the route, he's able to then get the angle on Duggar as well for a big play. That's the longest play. of the
Yeah.
49
And that'll take us to the end of the 3rd quarter with the Texans still leading the Steelers 7-6.
catch in this ball game, and then
With 15 minutes to go.
after the near turnover for these Texans,
Somebody's season's going to end tonight.
this wildcard matchup.
Steeler defense. And that was 3rd and 15, and they give up a big play. You know, they've had trouble getting off the field on 3rd down tonight. And the offense not doing anything. Even with the defense getting the turnovers, offense can't score off them.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I love that manage some
Man.
investments too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
I'll get out there.
Defense needs to make a stop.
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
I've heard that fantasy football leagues are making last place teams spend 24 hours at their restaurants. They wanted to help, so they're launching bottomless pancakes for everyone.
Just like you helped everyone's fantasy team this season.
Get free bottomless pancakes with select breakfast combos. Only at IHOP.
Right this second, at some movie theater somewhere. Popcorn and someone really wants a soda. It's always like something during the weekends, and today's only Tuesday. Soda, please. Mom, wish there were a better soda. Hey, I brought them up. I can see them. Okay, that was actually pretty easy. 5 grams of sugar. Pass me one. No, I can't. I'm just a voice.
100 days, I'm going to cross the 7 continents to find the answers to what's important. The final chapter of the largest playoff exploit hands down for every sport the postseason has led them all. While Indiana City College football in the path to CFP National Championship next Monday on ESPN.
Here are your divisional teams. Number 1 seeded Denver Broncos and the Seattle Seahawks. They have their buys. Rams beat the Panthers. What a game that was. Bears beat the Packers. What a game that was. Bills beat the Jaguars on the strength of Josh Allen. What a game that was. The 49ers beat the Eagles on the road. What a game that was. And then the defense last night for Mike Vrabel, money lived them all. Sacked Justin Herbert 6 times. And they await the winner.
1st and 10, Houston to begin the 4th quarter. 7-6 from the 36. Hand off for a couple. There's a flag on the play. Might be coming back. Holding. Yep. Back him up. 1st and 20. 46 now, 1st and 20. They'll run it, try to get some of that yardage, maybe 7.
Unfortunate what you see on your screen here for the Texans. Nico Collins being carted off.
Nico Collins getting carted off, so he'll be out.
Waiting for a concussion. And now
But they still can't even cover Christian Kirk anyway, so. And now they're going to get back to the run game, maybe throw to the tight ends a little bit. Like, from the 39, 2nd and 13. Stroud out of the gun, looking to throw. Far side, it's caught. And then Pierre and Eccles on the stop of the 32, 3rd down. You got to force a kick here. You got to force a kick. If you give up a touchdown, you're still down 1 score, but it's 8 though. You'd have to score and go for 2 just to tie at 14. You force a kick here, you can score a touchdown. You're up 13-10. They need a field goal to tie, touchdown to win. But they got to get stops. They still got to score. Like, third and 6. Stroud, deep ball far side. Incomplete with Joey Porter on the coverage. He's been playing good tonight. It's incomplete on that back shoulder. 4th and 6, and here comes Kyrie Fairbairn for a field goal. This will be from 51. Wide right. Wide right. Wide right. Kick's good. 10-6 Texans with 13:07 to play. Steelers got to go score a damn touchdown. I mean, if it comes down to it, you kick it. Then it's 10-9. If you can get another stop, a field goal would win it, then for you 12-10. Unless you give them too much time, and then they could win it, with a field goal themselves 13-12. It's hypothetical. But they got to go score a touchdown. It's now or never. Time to put up or shut up. Where's the run game at? Where's DK Metcalf been? 2 big catches earlier, but nothing since. Thielen's had a couple catches behind him at wide receiver, but nobody else at wide out. Nothing to Pat Freiermuth whatsoever at tight end. I mean, just, it's frustrating. They haven't done shit on offense. And they've only scored 3 points off of 3 turnovers. They score more points off those turnovers. For the most part, probably right now they have a lead. You're not down 1, make it 4 now. So they got to go score a touchdown, go up 3, 13-10. Field goal then would tie, then, for Houston, touchdown to win it. But, man, come on. Let's go. Go score a damn touchdown for once. This is a lot like the Brown game from a couple weeks ago. Defense was playing lights out, and the offense wasn't doing a damn thing. And then tie it to force overtime, and, nothing. They don't score, they lose, and that's why they had to win a week ago, last week on last Sunday night, in 272 against the Ravens, just to win the division, to play in the wild card round to make the playoffs here this weekend and this year. So they got to go score a damn touchdown.
The new fan feast has 8 pieces of chicken. Flipping 8 sideways, you get infinity. We didn't think about that when we boxed up 8 pieces of chicken, 3 large sides, and 4 churros. Or did we? The new fan feast. Let's get loco. El Pollo Loco.
Let's see who's designing success. Brought to you by Shelter and this defense tonight. Neil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. They just keep coming at you. They're so good at every level of this defense. It's why it doesn't matter who they're playing. They're always going to have a chance because this defense has been so dominant throughout the year. And they say defense travels. This defense especially travels. As good as they've been on the season, they play even better when they've been on the road.
So Texans on the kickoff. Steelers return from the 7. Gainwell past the 20, 25 to the 31, 32-yard line. 13-21 to play. Steelers now down 4, 10-6. But yeah, fourth quarters in the wild card round this weekend have been crazy. Gotta go score, man. Gotta go score. It's 1st and 10. Hand off. 35-40. First down run. See? Run the damn ball. I mean, been pass, and nothing. You run the ball, you get positive yardage. Run the football. How hard is it? And then you pass off of it. That's when you beat them deep with play action. Good God. 1st and 10, 12.5 to play. From the 45. Yeah, longest run of the night by the Steelers. It just shows you how bad the offense has been. Rodgers looking to throw. Going deep. And Calvin Austin makes a spectacular catch. And do they say incomplete? 2nd and 10? I think he might have caught that. Let's see a replay. Almost picked off, and then it was bobbled. Almost caught. And then, okay, it hit the ground. That's incomplete. That close. That fucking close. So 2nd and 10 from the 45. Down 10-6 with 12-14 to play. Both teams have all 3 timeouts in the 2-minute warning. They'll run it. Tackle for loss. 3rd and long. God damn it. Third and 12 officially again. Yeah, come on. Third and 12 from the 43. Rodgers gets sacked. Ball's out. Texans have it. He's not down. He's running in the end zone. They say touchdown. Are you fucking kidding me? God. So they get a strip sack, fumble, scoop and score. Run it back. He had to have been down. There's no way he... So the call on the field is a strip sack, fumble, and return for a touchdown. Good God. Rodgers wanted to go deep, and he got fucking drilled. Because they want to be one-dimensional and just throw it all over the place tonight. When the run game's been working. Extra point, good. Now they're down 2 scores at 17-6 with 11:23 to play. And what's coming back to bite them in the ass? Well, obviously, you give up the turnover. They score off of it, for one. But you got turnovers and couldn't fucking score off them. 3 turnovers for 3 points. You score more off of those. Even if that happens, you're still in it. And now they're going to get the ball back. And now it's turning into the Bill game right after Thanksgiving. You know, and turning into a blowout. Man. Yeah, so now down 2 scores, down 11 with 11 minutes to play. And they still haven't done shit. So what makes you think they're going to go score, you know, a couple more touchdowns when they haven't even scored one? They kicked 2 field goals. That's it. So the Texans kick off. Steelers return this from the 10. Gainwell, 25. Past to about the 33 again. Yeah. God. Watch, they'll probably go drive and score. And then the defense is going to need a fucking stop. You know, because they'll be down then 17-13. And then if they get it, you know, I don't know. They still got to score first off. I doubt they'll even do that. Rodgers looking to throw. Going deep. Down the middle, Freiermuth, incomplete. So now they get him involved in the offense. They wait till there's 11 minutes and 11 seconds to play. You know, so say your prayers. Where's the holy water at when you need it? Incomplete to Freiermuth down the seam. 2nd and 10. Rodgers dump off. Jalen Warren got a couple. It's about 3rd and 5. They'll go hurry up. And Rodgers down the middle. Freiermuth, 1st down Steelers. Muth chance from the crowd. His first catch of the night. There's a flag on the play, though. Maybe they had 12 on defense. Maybe they were offsides. Rodgers obviously saw something. He went hurry up and down the middle again. Freiermuth with the catch. They finally get him involved. 12 on defense. Penalties going to be declined. 1st down Pittsburgh. Get him involved some more. I don't know why they wait till the 4th quarter to finally throw him the ball. Where's DK Metcalf at? Seriously. From the 45, it's 1st and 10. They got to score. Rodgers going to get sacked. Hell, even a field goal would still be okay. Because then you'd be down 17-9, which is a 1-score, 8-point game. But then you'd have to get a stop, go drive and score a touchdown, and go for 2 just to tie. If it comes down to it, you kick it. But Rodgers gets sacked again. Be 2nd and 13 at the 48.5. Under 10 to play. Rodgers looking to throw. Avoids a sack, steps up, and incomplete of the 20. 10 for DK Metcalf. It's 3rd and 13 now. God damn. Can they get in field goal range for Boswell? DK could have had that too, right through his hands again. Couple drops for him tonight. 2 catches earlier, but 2 drops since. Empty set on 3rd and 13. They'll get it off as the play clock is winding down. And it's batted down, incomplete. God damn it. So they can't even kick a field goal now. And now they got a decision to make. You can't really go for it on 4th and 13. Yeah, crowd booing, and rightfully so. You know, so yeah, you're probably going to have to punt and play field position. Still down 11 with under 10 to play. With 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. A defense needs a fucking stop again. The Texans go drive and score. Ball game probably. They almost muffed the punt. And it's probably time for Renegade. So wave these. Whether it's going to work or not beats the hell out of me. Because any time they play Renegade anymore, the offense for whoever they're playing, they go drive and score. It's lost its aura. It works every once in a while, but not all the time like it used to. But oh mama, the Steelers are down 11 with under 10 to play. Couldn't even kick a field goal there. Offense has not done a damn thing, and that the turnover that led to the fumble, scoop, and score, and the turnovers they got on defense, but not scoring off of them on offense, is what's going to come back to bite them in the ass if they lose this game tonight. And not being able to get off the field on third down, and not in the first half being able to stop the run. They've stopped it a little bit in the second half, but then they're one-dimensional on offense. It's been pass heavy. When the run game's been there, when they've run the ball, but they haven't run it enough. It's not that they've abandoned it. I mean, they have, but it's just they're too predictable. I mean, I get you want to get the ball out quick because the pass rush and everything, but like they've been able to throw the ball with your pass rush, so it's no different. They need a fucking turnover, and they need to score off of it to even that. But then they'd still be down, a couple points, because then that 51-yard field goal is going to be the difference. And then you giving up the touchdown, you only kicking 2 field goals compared to scoring touchdowns is the difference. You know what I mean? So, good God, man. 17-6 Texans with 9.5 to play. Their ball, 1st and 10 here after the Steeler punt.
These games are next weekend at the end of this broadcast. We know what days. And there is the slate of games. The winner of this game will go take on that young Patriots team led by head coach Mike Vrabel. Certainly on the short
So 1st and 10. Come on, defense. Ball to 13. They're going to run the ball and work clock, and more power to them. So the Steelers are going to have to stop the run. But then it's watch the play action. They've gone deep on them a couple times and been able to execute.
Houston, they had that defensive score, and that is Sheldon Rankins telling the rest of the defense what he was thinking every step of the way on his 33-yard fumble return. When you think about it, only 2 starters on the defense.
From the 15, 2nd and 8. Quick slant, caught, 1st down. Good God.
And the rookie who came with teammate Ohio State for 9. Well, you look at him, and I like this young player, and in a lot of ways, he reminds you of Nico Collins, and he's had a better rookie year than what Nico did. Nico really didn't break out until his 3rd season, and Higgins, he's got the same characteristics, and he's had a really solid rookie season, and depending on Nico Collins' health,
1st and 10, Houston at the 24. Hand off. And Nick Chubb for about 2, maybe 3 yards up the middle. But then tick, 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 tick. And then you're going to have to get a stop. And then if you get the ball back, you're going to have to score quick. But that's what I said. If the Texans score a ball game, the game's probably over. Especially a touchdown. 2nd down here, 2nd and 8. From the 26. They'll run it again. And Chubb gets another 3 yards, so 29. So 3rd down. Come on, defense.
you get him up at the line of scrimmage and hold it. Sometimes, especially on the road, that can
3rd and 4 from the 30. Caught, first down. Still going out past midfield. God. So now the defense is breaking. They cannot get off the field on 3rd down.
To go with his 36 and 46 yarders tonight. You see the release that he has off the line of scrimmage. This is
And
where
tick,
it
tick,
wins.
tick,
He
tick,
gets
tick.
a little stutter move, and then the speed that he has. And Eccles, we've seen him get beat a couple of times here tonight. But you're right. What a night for Christian Kirk. And this is a group, as I mentioned early in this game, there's Nico Collins, and then there's everybody else. And everybody else at the receiving position, I like. They've all got skills that are unique to them, but it's a good
From the 37 of the Steelers. First down. And they'll hand off for about a yard or so.
is up to 144 yards receiving. He's been targeted 9 times. He's got 8 catches. And Nick Caserio, what a pickup. 5th-year GM.
I mean, if you force a kick, you're down 20-6. You'd have to score 2 touchdowns quick to tie.
Go back to that
But
group that I was talking about with 2 tight ends. And
give it a touchdown, ball game.
for Rudy Marks, we saw him at the end of that
I mean, it might be ball game now as it is. You know, the offense hasn't done anything.
against Indianapolis week 13. He did not lose it, but that's the only time he's put the ball on the ground, and he's got to be mindful as he has been.
And they're working this play clock, and rightfully so. Hand off to the 30 for 5. 3rd down. See if they can get off the field again. Probably not.
9 yards rushing. And the 144 for Christian Kirk is a career high.
3rd and 3. Come on, defense.
You wonder when Mike Tomlin's going to start using some of these timeouts.
Yeah, under 5 to play now.
Play, but this is a defense and a series right here that this defense has just spent. You know, they eventually, when your offense isn't doing anything more than what the Steelers have tonight, it starts to rub off on your defensive unit. And this is a group that
From the 30, 3rd and 3.
on this drive, and they're just keep pounding the football.
They're going to run it again. They get another first down to the 21 and a flag on the play.
As Joe gets
Might be coming back.
moment, and the call is it's against the Steelers.
Actually, it's against the Steeler defense. Offsides, penalties going to be declined. First down, Houston. God damn it.
Time now for our game recap. It's brought to you by Wingstop and Christian Kirk. Slot receiver has stepped up and been phenomenal here tonight. Here he is on a 3rd and 5. Big things, and he's been the big play guy. And whenever they've kind of needed a play tonight, he's been the one who has stepped up and made it. Going for the touchdown, he's able to make it.
They'll run it, no gain on the play, but clock's ticking. Yeah, Steelers with 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. About 4 minutes to play now.
Turning our focus to the Pittsburgh sideline, Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers.
Just
Rodgers has hinted that this season would be his last. During the week, the Steelers have said that they might be open to bringing Rodgers back another year if he would want to do that. And then what's the future for Mike Tomlin? In his 19th season, the Steelers team in danger of losing their 7th straight playoff game. The offense not able to do anything here tonight.
another run,
And shot over the left
another couple yards.
by Patrick Queen and again,
Flag on the play again.
get the call from Craig Rolstad and then talk Rodgers and Tomlin.
Personal foul. Face mask. Defense number 51.
They say personal foul, face mask on Nick Herbig.
Automatic first down.
So automatic first down. That just gets them closer to the end zone. As I said, they score a touchdown, ball game. You force a kick, you're down 2 scores, but you got to score twice in a couple minutes when you haven't done shit all game.
Decided to,
Like, this game's probably over.
who knows what next year might bring. He might be willing to come in at some point if a team needs a quarterback. I doubt that will happen. I don't imagine he
From the 8, yeah, first and goal.
inside with the Steelers.
And that's a false start. Back them up.
Nursery left
False
early.
start. Offense number 79. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
And as far as Mike Tomlin goes, Joe, I would
The hell? Freeze up. All right. What the fuck? What the hell? Of course, at all fucking times, this damn thing wants to not work. So the Texans just scored. 3:38 to play. It's 24-6. And yeah, like you have room to talk. But anyways, yeah, this ball game, like I said, if only they were able to, score more points off of the turnovers. They fucking fumble the kickoff return now. 20-25 to the 29. But been one-dimensional pass heavy tonight. The run game was there, but they weren't running the ball. Couldn't stop the run. Couldn't get off the field on third down. I mean, then the defense broke on that last drive. It was 7-6. They gave up the 51-yard field goal. Okay, you're still in it. Go kick it. Go score. Give up a fumble, scoop, and score. You're down 2 scores then, and then you have to punt. By the time you get the ball back, there's no time left. You're down a couple more scores. Just frustrating, They picked the worst fucking time to play like shit. But like I said earlier, they've been inconsistent like this, this season. This game tonight is a mixture of the Brown and Bill game from after Christmas and after Thanksgiving. And in the playoffs and the wild card, they're up 3-0. Couldn't score off of a turnover. Had a chance to go up 6, let alone 10-0. And nothing, to show for it. And then they're down 7-3. I mean, we'll get into the recap here, but just as Rodgers is looking to throw, Kenneth Gainwell for a couple yards. And Rodgers' pass is intercepted. And they're running it back. And Rodgers hits somebody, doesn't go out of bounds. And then it's a pick 6. And it just keeps getting worse. And it's 30-6 extra point to come. The Steelers are going to be back out there on offense, so that might not be Aaron Rodgers' last pass tonight, let alone this season, maybe in his career, that wouldn't want to be a last pass I'd want. You know, it goes down as a pick six in the playoffs.
Interception percentage as a quarterback.
Did he ever step out? Was he down?
Yeah, he sure does. Bullock, this is his 5th interception of the year. He had 5 last year, which led the team, and this entire secondary.
Good God, man. I mean, give it to the Houston Texans, you know?
Right there, 2 defensive touchdowns for this Houston group. And the Texans will win their first ever.
Yeah, road playoff game here tonight.
And a nice moment.
And win in Pittsburgh for the first time since 2002.
He is now the chairman and CEO. His father, Bob McNair, founded the team. Passed away in 2018, and now Cal McNair
Rodgers has his
is in
uh,
charge, and his team
winter hat on, not putting his helmet back on, so he might not be going back out. That might be his last pass.
that young New England team on Sunday.
Nice job for the Houston Texans. Congratulations to them and Cal McNair. Chance to win their first road playoff game.
Two and a half to go in this ball game. The extra point after a 5-yard penalty from Fairbairn. Line drive that is no good.
The extra point is no good. Like it fucking matters now. It's 30-6. When it was 7-6 just a little bit ago.
There you go.
So everything wild card wise,
200 grand if they're one of these.
the first 4 games were good, close one score, but Sunday night now Monday Night Football,
Go down to Lisa Saunders. Lisa.
Yeah, Joe, when you
2
look at
plus,
Rodgers'
score wins.
lines, you can't help but wonder what he's thinking. We asked him a few weeks ago when we were here, week 15. We asked him, is this it? And he said, probably. He said that's what he's been saying all year. He said the team has been great. He doesn't know what the Steelers' plans are for the future, but he said for him, it feels like this is the end. He said it's been a really fun year. At that time, he just wanted to go on a run and make the playoffs. That did happen, but he said, I feel really good about what's happened this year, and that's what I can say all year.
So touchback on the kick, and
Yeah, and for Aaron, this has been an offense that is
looks like Mason Rudolph's coming in at quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Aaron Rodgers is done here tonight in the loss because of how bad it turned out to be.
Texas against the Steelers.
Let alone,
Packers, the career has been amazing. He's been
yeah, this season and maybe his career. And his last pass, it could very well go down as a pick six in the playoffs.
discount double.
I mean, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, no doubt. The Steelers got a year out of him here. Yeah, I mean, as they're saying, we'll see what happens. I'll get into everything here afterwards, post game, but just, man, they were right there, but they still couldn't do anything, and then they get fucking punched in the mouth in the fourth quarter. You know, yeah, that was the thing I had said for the Steelers signing Rodgers and Rodgers coming to Steel City. That's the one thing he could make up for, you know, or else Ben Roethlisberger would have 3 rings, but Rodgers has 1 as a member of the Packers. But coming to Pittsburgh, well, you can go win the Steelers Super Bowl, make up for it. But, you know, obviously that's not going to happen. Not this year. He comes back, obviously he just turned 42. He comes back, then you have next year and in the future. But who knows what the future's going to hold. Just not for this, but for anybody. But yeah, 30-6 here, 2 minutes to play. Like I said, we'll get into full post-game recap. Just not with this game. We'll review the season. We'll talk about the future. And just frustrating. That's all it is. You know, they've had their chances. That's the thing. They've had their chances to, you know, do this or that.
It's never too late for an unforgettable gift. You're meeting to Timmy's house. According to Mercedes-Benz, Power of Love Celebration Week.
Coming up on the Nationwide post game, hope to visit with one of the stars on that Texan defense. They've been just fantastic. If we get any definitive answer from Aaron Rodgers about what's next, we'll obviously bring you that as well here.
Rodgers ain't going to say anything tonight on what he's doing.
And we also know what networks will be covering the games and where we will be heading. Fellas, Joe and Shore looking forward to visiting with you and getting your perspective on this defense. What a show the Texans have put on.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. Not for the Steelers, not for Aaron Rodgers and the Steeler fans, but this group: Will Anderson Jr., Sheldon Rankins, Neil Hunter, Alshire, the Pro Bowler, two great corners, terrific safety. Good
So the Steelers will run it.
hand off to Warren.
Jalen Warren gets about 5 yards.
And the lineup for you next weekend before we get off the air. So we know this. Every network executive and every broadcaster is still watching this game to figure out where they are headed next weekend on the divisional playoff weekend. No matchup.
They'll run it again up the middle, but fourth down coming up.
We are told that will be revealed to us before we go off the air. Rodgers is on the sideline. You'll be able to pick your flanks here in just a minute.
And 4th and 2, I don't know. Right at the marker, they'll say first down. They'll move it.
And Trayvon Smith is there for the stop. Mason Rudolph made a start this year, week 12. Under a minute to go.
From the 45, 1st and 10, handoff Warren again. He gets 13 yards and a first down. See, like, I don't care if it's now in garbage time or earlier. They were breaking off some runs tonight, but they just wanted to pass all fucking night. And they're too worried about finding out the schedule for next week. 22 seconds to left. Handoff. Might do it right there. No gain on the play. Man, yeah. That'll do it. 30-6 is going to be your final score, which I might add was also the final score the last time these two teams played, when the Steelers went to H-Town and lost to the Texans in October of 2023. So there's your final score. Texans advance as they beat the Steelers 30-6 here tonight in the wild card matchup. They'll go to take on the New England Patriots next Sunday. Steelers season is over. And now what does the future hold? So post-game handshakes. As who knows if this is it for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we'll have the Mike Tomlin discussion again like we always do. You know my stance on that. But another, one and done in the playoffs. Steelers still haven't won a playoff game since 2016. It was January of 2017. So this time next year, it will be 10 years if they make the playoffs next year. By the next time they, will have a chance to potentially win a playoff game. As Rodgers will walk off in defeat. As all the cameras are around him. And Mike Tomlin as well.
Mike Tomlin headed into the locker room. Aaron Rodgers.
So yeah.
This is it. 5 years from now, he will be.
Yeah, he'll be going into Canton, just like Ben Roethlisberger will be here in a short time as well. Yeah. Tough night, tough loss. So. The Steelers will not be making a Super Bowl run. So everybody's just standing around talking. They're still waiting the fucking divisional schedule, which I could care less about now. I'll let you know, though, whenever I find out. I mean, we know the matchups officially. We know what days they're on. But it's just officially times and networks. So, Bills-Broncos, 4:30 on Saturday on CBS. 49ers-Seahawks, 8 o'clock Saturday night on Fox. Next Sunday at 3 o'clock on ABC, ESPN will be the Texans and Patriots. And next Sunday night at 6:30 on NBC will be the Rams and Bears. As they're down to the Elite Eight, Final Four, obviously, for the AFC and NFC Championship games in 2 weeks. And then Super Bowl 60 on Sunday, February 8th. And that'll be on NBC as well. So. So they'll do post-game interviews now. Yeah, this is all stuff I don't care about anymore now. Congrats to the Houston Texans. 30-6 win against the Pittsburgh Steelers on Monday Night Football, I might add. So the Steelers lose at home on Monday Night Football also tonight for the first time since 1991. That was at the end of Chuck Noll's tenure. Went through all Bill Cowher, 15 years, and now 19 seasons of Mike Tomlin before they lost at home on Monday Night Football, regular and postseason. Which they've only been playing on Monday night in the playoffs the past couple years anyway, with the expansion, from 12 to 14 teams. So, yeah, Steelers still haven't won a playoff game. Home, away, neutral site for that matter, which you're not going to get unless something, crazy happens. It's happened before, but very rarely. Their last home playoff win was against the Miami Dolphins at the end of the 2016 season in January 17. Their last playoff win in general was the following week when they went to the Kansas City Chiefs and beat KC in Arrowhead Stadium. They have not won a playoff game since. As tonight was their first home playoff game since the COVID season in January of 21. They got beat by the Browns. And also tonight was the first home playoff game in front of fans since 2017 and January of 18 against the Jaguars. They lost that game as well. Obviously, lost on the road the past couple years, to the Bills and the Ravens. Lose at home here tonight to the Houston Texans. They haven't beat Houston at home since 2020. That was at the end of Bill O'Brien's tenure. They fired him shortly thereafter. They've dropped 2 in a row to Houston, away in 23 here tonight as well. Same final scores, I might add, which is a little odd. 30-6. And then, the Texans, as they have won 9 straight entering tonight, obviously they've won now 10 straight. They win their first road playoff game in franchise history, and they win in Pittsburgh for the first time since their first year in the NFL as the 32nd expansion team. The Texans win in Pittsburgh against the Steelers for the first time since 2002 this evening. So a lot, statistically, to unpack there, as we talked about early, but just updating that to this point. Now with the final at 30-6 once again, we'll update final stats and scores. We know the divisional schedule now for next weekend, as just mentioned. So not going to say any more about that. Congrats to the Texans once again. It was 7-6. The Steelers had their chances. Couldn't score off of the turnovers. Couldn't do anything offensively tonight. They were one-dimensional, pass-heavy. They had a running game, but they weren't running the ball enough. Couldn't stop the run. Couldn't get off the field on third down. Obviously, the defense broke on that last drive. Just frustrating. So, the holy water from a week ago, whether they doused it tonight in the field of play or not, regardless if they did or if they didn't, it didn't work. So, the Texans send the Steelers to hell, and into the offseason, as the Steelers are another one and done in the playoffs. As mentioned, they still haven't won a playoff game in 9 years. It'll be a decade this time a year from now if they get there, which obviously we know Mike Tomlin, 19 full seasons, has never had a losing season. 19 winning seasons of 8-8, 9-8, or better, above 500. It's also at this rate, well, how long or how short is the leash? I've stated the Pittsburgh Steelers will not fire Mike Tomlin, and if they do, I would be absolutely shocked and surprised. Okay? I would. Because, well, who are you going to go out and hire? Yeah, people will name and mention candidates, but then once again, the grass ain't always greener on the other side. You have and have had success. The last time the Steelers had a losing season was 2003, as a year prior to drafting Ben Roethlisberger. 18 seasons of 7 with Big Ben, and then, obviously they went through Kenny Pickett, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers this season. They both walked off the field, Rodgers and Mike Tomlin, that is, a minute ago, as the Texans celebrate. First road playoff win in franchise history. And they put it to Pittsburgh in the fourth. Turning point tonight? I I think most people would probably say that fumble scoop and score for the touchdown because they gave them a 2-score lead at 17-6 with, under 10 to play. Because Pittsburgh at that rate still didn't do anything offensively. They didn't do anything offensively after the fact either. Boswell with the 6 points, 2 field goals from 32 and 35. But that's the thing. Pittsburgh still had their chances. They just couldn't. They couldn't capitalize. They couldn't strike where the iron was hot. They laid an egg. And tonight's not the type of game or time of year you want to be doing that. You want to be playing your best ball down the stretch. You want to be a force to be reckoned with. You don't want to be a pushover. But like I said, this game felt like it was a mixture of the Bill game after Thanksgiving, the Brown game after Christmas. Just they're in it, and then they're not. And then it turns into a blowout. Yeah, it's frustrating. So, Texans -3, that hits for anybody interested in knowing that. The under also hits at 38, 38 and a half, 39, like I said, depending on where you looked, 36 total. So, the Texans with the win, they'll be going to the New England Patriots next Sunday. They're damn good defensively. They are. They'll have their chances in that game, but it's, everybody's been discussing MVP between Drake May and Matthew Stafford, so, who knows how that's going to shape up. I've been thinking lately if the 49ers go on a run, just not because they get back home to play the Super Bowl, but Brock Purdy was having those, 5 touchdown, 300-yard passing games recently. If they can keep that momentum up, statistics at this rate and point in time in the season don't fucking matter. The only stat that matters at the end of the day, especially in the postseason, but any time of the year, is whether you won or lost. It's the final score. It's a team sport. There's no I in team. But just some thoughts as I try to wrap my head around this game. Like I said, congrats to the Texans again. They'll actually come to Pittsburgh, I might add, next year as well. As the schedule won't be released until the spring. It always was used to be before the draft, but now it's after the draft. But obviously we know the opponents for next season, as the AFC North obviously will play the AFC North, but then also the AFC South and the NFC South. And then since the Steelers won the division, then they'll also play the top seed from the East and the West as well, which is the Patriots and the Broncos. And those are home and away. And then the extra adding game, which is Philly. They'll go to the Eagles. We'll get more into the 26 opponents in a little bit. Because first, obviously, I want to recap this game. Recap the season. And then we'll talk about the future. Wasn't planning on talking about this, just not tonight or anytime soon. But, if not now, when? Obviously, I'm still going to be releasing a new Penn State video following the Lions hiring, Matt Campbell to replace James Franklin as the head football coach, and everything that's gone on in college football, and news and notes, here and there about the blue and white. And then you have the college football playoff national championship game next Monday night with Indiana and Miami. Super Bowl, obviously, February the 8th. If I have to make a video about the Steelers and a head coaching move because, Mike Tomlin gets fired or he decides to move on or whatever the case may be, then I'll have, something there with that as well. Um, but that's to unpack, then. Um, there's not enough time in a day, but that's a topic of discussion for a different time. Um, if that would happen, but yeah, like I said, we'll recap this game here now, and then we'll get into what the future holds. So, yeah, just man, frustrating once again. Um, I don't think they play Renegade. I don't. Um, they probably did, but I don't think they did. Because they normally, other than CBS and Fox on Sundays, Thursday, Sunday, Monday Night Football, they'll show it coming back from break when they play it. But it got as bad as it did the last time it got like this and they played it. They booed it, So I don't think they, obviously wanted that again. Who knows? Maybe Renegade's dead. Maybe they're gonna, quit with it. Probably not, and rightfully so. It just doesn't work. It doesn't. It's lost its aura. It doesn't work as much as it used to. Anymore. The teams prep for it, and then they go fucking score off of it. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what Mike Tomlin says in his post-game presser, along with Aaron Rodgers. I won't know, obviously, right off the bat tonight. I'll watch that later. But obviously that's added into anything down the line, if so. So, yeah, just, man, frustrating. But what can you do? Obviously we're not coaching, we're not playing, we're sitting here as fans, cheering on the team. I'm analyzing, I'm calling the game as I see it. So thanks for tuning in and watching, obviously. Thanks for the support. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But yeah, holy water, whether they douse the field or not, didn't work tonight. Because I can hear a lot of people saying too, well, all the excitement from the win a week ago, they're gassed, and they ran out. They came up short. Which I can understand that. I could, but like I said, this game was a mixture of a couple different games this season. They're just too inconsistent. They win here, lose here, or go on a couple game winning streak, go on a couple game losing streak, and just up and down like a roller coaster. They were never really steady, and when they had momentum, they had it. When they didn't, obviously they didn't, but even when they did have it, they'd lose it. And as I said about the turnovers, whenever they'd be getting turnovers, capitalizing off of turnovers, they'd be winning. They had 3 turnovers tonight, 3 points off of it, and they scored 6 total. Just imagine they scored a couple more, and in the close 1 possession, 1 point game, it was at 7-6 before it turned 10-6, 17-6, because they turned the ball over. Because that was the other thing, when they turned the ball over and then the team they're playing capitalized off of it, they end up losing. And sure enough, here again tonight, they lost, And that, like I said, that'd probably be one of the main turning points, was that scoop and score. Because it was still 10-6, and they had a chance to go drive and, like I said, kick a field goal if it came down to it. Remember, they had a chance to maybe get another field goal right around midfield, but they had to punt. And then that's when the Texans went on that long touchdown drive to go up 24-6. That's right after the fumble scoop and score. But with the fumble scoop and score, yeah, you're down 10-6. Maybe you make it 10-9. You know, you get a stop, field goal takes a 12-10 lead. But if you can score a touchdown, you go up 13-10, they would need a field goal to tie, touchdown to win, you know, depending on what the hell else would happen. But after that fumble scoop and score, you're down 11 at 2 scores, 17-6. They go on a long touchdown drive after they, you know, forced a punt because you couldn't do anything on offense. And, you know, Waitman punted. We'll get to that stat. That's probably the fucking special teams. Boswell 2 field goals and Waitman with 6 punts. With a long of 56, average of 45.5, 4 inside the 20. Yet they were still able to drive and score. And score as many points as they did. But yeah, you couldn't convert on third down. You couldn't get off the field on third down. Couldn't stop the run. One-dimensional on offense. You know, with the pass game or pass heavy tonight for whatever reason. You know, you want to be balanced. You want to be consistent. You know, build off of momentum and rhythm. You got to execute. And like when they were running the ball, they were running the ball good. But then just pass again, you know. And Pat Freiermuth down the middle, 1 catch tonight. And I thought with Aaron Rodgers coming in at the start of the season, of any player that was going to have a big season this year was Pat Freiermuth, and boy was I wrong. And I think a lot of Steeler fans were wrong about that because we know Rodgers' history in throwing to the tight ends with as many as he's had. But then Darnell Washington came on, but then he was banged up at times, not getting the ball enough. And then he breaks his forearm in Cleveland a couple weeks ago. And Roger Wood had to change the Here We Go song because of that. And that's why it said Calvin Austin, not Darnell Washington. Or Darnell Washington, as us Yinzers would say. So yeah, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Not going to the Super Bowl for the 15th year. Still haven't won it at 17, but obviously they went through a stretch from 14 to 40. You know, yeah, made 30, lost to the Cowboys, but and shit, that was 16 years. You know, from 14 to 30, so that'd be next year, basically. Not saying that's going to happen. Who knows? But then it was another decade. You know, and they got that one for the thumb. And then obviously won, 2 and, 4 years. And because everybody's always brought up the argument, too, well, Tomlin won Super Bowl 43 with Cowher's players. Which to an extent is true. I understand that as well. But then that 45 team, that defense was damn good, but then they lose to Rodgers and the Packers. Because guess what? They turned the ball over. Go back and watch that game. They had a couple turnovers, and the Packers capitalized off of it and made them pay. And the Steelers lose by 6, 31-25. And Rodgers coming to Pittsburgh can't make up for beating Pittsburgh in the Super Bowl and when the Steelers won himself. But, oh well. And like I said, who knows what his future holds. Although Mike Tomlin, but no, yeah, just as I was saying again, they had their chances. It was close, and then it wasn't. It just wasn't, because the Texans, they put it to Pittsburgh in the fourth and final quarter, and yeah, it turned out to be 30-6 your final. Because the pick six was the last points to be scored, and that's actually Aaron Rodgers' last pass here tonight in this game and this season, and who knows, maybe his career. Because they were saying when they talked to him a couple weeks ago, the Monday Night Football crew for ESPN, is this it? Is this season it? And I guess then, about a month or so ago, he said, yeah, probably. But then it's like, well, who knows? The Steelers said this past week they're open to him returning. I think he would be as well, but decision's going to be his. Ball's in his court to, make. Obviously, it was a 1-year deal for what, 15 million. They'd obviously incentives. It's probably up. He probably got 20 million this year. To be honest with you, on a 1-year deal, for what, 18 games, and played well, but what they're still lacking offensively is a number 2 wide receiver. I think that's where I was going. I was talking about Pat Fryermuth. 1 catch tonight, and he might have had 30 catches all season, maybe 50. I don't know the exact stats, but and it go to him enough. Like Kenny G got hot down the stretch too, but quiet the past couple weeks. They didn't get Warren or him the ball enough. Dylan Cook at left tackle played well for Broderick Jones, but obviously Jones will be coming back. So Dylan Cook will have to keep up with him. But they'll probably keep him around with as good as he played, in his absence. Like, the offensive line's probably going to be what it is. I mean, you always want to try to make it better and bolster it here and there. That's what this team, just like last year's team, was different than this year's team. And this year's team, as next year's team, is going to be different than this year's team. Like, each year's different. Obviously, they're not going to get Sean Elliott back in the secondary because they're done. So he'll return next season if he's still in Pittsburgh, which I would think so. We'll see. Kyle Duggar, I'd be keeping his ass around. Feel for TJ Watt and Cam Hayward, though, man. TJ still never won a playoff game. He was drafted in 2017 after their last playoff run. Yeah, TJ still never won a playoff game. He had a fumble recovery tonight. But, yeah. Cam Hayward, who knows, he might retire, just like Rodgers could. We'll get more into the little details on what the future holds in a minute. I'm just rambling on at this rate. But, yeah, just it circles back around. Chances, they've had them, but they just can't execute. And then it's just the same old, you know what I mean? Frustrating. Because they still haven't won a playoff game in 9 years. It'll be a decade next year. But as mentioned, that time next season rolls around, next playoffs. But yeah, they got in because Tyler Luke missed the field goal. If he would have made that, we wouldn't be even sitting here tonight. The Ravens would have been hosting the Texans this evening on Monday Night Football, and then who knows who would have won that game. And then who knows what else would have happened this past weekend in the wildcard round and who's playing each other. But it worked out the way it worked out. If you hear any snoring, it's just the big dog. He's out here conked out. He's passed out, sleeping. But anyways, all right. So all-time series now. Steelers still lead at 5-4 over the Texans, but they've lost 2 in a row. Said lose at home on Monday Night Football for the first since 1991. Texans win their first playoff game ever in franchise history. They covered, the under hit. Steelers still won a playoff game in damn near a decade. What else we got here? Texans won 10 straight. They'll go to New England next week as a 5 seed, taking on the 2, and then the 6 Buffalo will be in Denver as the 1. And then obviously those 2 winners will meet in the AFC Championship game. The winner of that will represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. NFC side of things, as mentioned, You have the 49ers and Seahawks and Rams and Bears, and then the same thing. Winners of those two games advance, and then the winner of the AFC Championship game will then play the winner of the AFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. 60 years since Super Bowl 1. And that'll be on February 8th. But Pittsburgh Steelers will not be there. So obviously, moving forward, you'll have the off season begin now officially, but combine, free agency, the draft, into rookie mini camp, OTAs, dog days of summer, training camp, preseason next year's here before you know it. We'll get to the 26 opponents in a minute, but no wonder they're 50-1 Super Bowl odds, which was the lowest of the 12 teams, or 14 teams, that entered the postseason. And they're one and done. So, yeah, the books didn't like them, even though they scooted in. They still end up losing in the wild card round, let alone the divisional round. Because last time they had a home playoff game in front of fans, it was the divisional game because they had a bye, in 17 going into 18 in Super Bowl 52. But yeah, both Pennsylvania teams lose. Eagles yesterday, Steelers today. But all right, let's look at these stats. We'll start there, and then we'll get into other topics. So in the final, as the Texans once again beat the Steelers 30-6, CJ Stroud 21-32, 250 yards, a touchdown, interception, had 2 fumbles, was sacked 3 times. But of those 3 turnovers, the Steelers scored 1, 2, only 3 points. Woody Marks, rookie out of USC, 19 carries, 112 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Nick Chubb, 10 of 48 against a former division rival in the Pittsburgh Steelers for him, as he's a former Cleveland Brown. Christian Kirk, 8 catches, 144 yards, and a touchdown. So, yeah, the Steelers went back to not being able to stop the run or cover the pass here tonight, as that was a trend for most of the season. Jaden Higgins, along with Jalen Noel, the wide receivers from Iowa State under new Penn State head coach Matt Campbell, had 3 catches, 39 yards between the 2 of them. Xavier Hutchinson, 2 of 21. Nico Collins suffered an injury, but he had 3 catches, 21 yards prior to that. Cade Stover, 2 of 13. Dalton Schultz, 3 of 12. Texans had 4 sacks on Aaron Rodgers. And Kyrie Fairbairn had as many points as Boswell did at 6. With a long 51-yard field goal and then 3 extra points. But obviously the Texans were able to find pay dirt and find the end zone and score points. 2 defensive touchdowns tonight, I might add, did the Texans have on the Steelers. Fumble, scoop, and score, and then a pick 6. Mason Rudolph was 1 of 1, 2 yards in relief after Rodgers threw the pick 6. So Aaron Rodgers' stat line this evening on Monday Night Football to end the 2025-2026 season for the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers in his first season at the helm of leading the Steeler offense at quarterback, the 8 ball, after all his time in Green Bay, the past 2 years in New York with the Jets. Obviously, thank you to Aaron Rodgers. But his box score this evening in what, who knows, could go down just not as his final game of the season, but final game of his career if he does, in fact, decide to retire. Aaron Rodgers tonight in the loss, 17 of 33, 146 yards, sacked 4 times, and had the pick 6 on his very last pass of the game and the season and potentially his career, because he did not return. Mason Rudolph then was 1 of 1, 2 yards on that last drive, which didn't get anywhere because, even though they were able to move the ball a little bit, time it wasn't on their side, clock runs out, game's over. And you have post-game handshakes and the Texans celebrate, and the Steelers lose, and everybody's going to be joking that, all of Steeler Nation are crying their eyes out with terrible towels. But Jalen Warren, Kenneth Gainwell, 18 carries, 63 yards combined total between the two of them. When Warren had 12 of those 18 for 43 yards, Gainwell the other 6 of 20. They didn't run the ball enough tonight. When they were running the ball, they were getting somewhere. But then it was pass, and it's nothing. It's like, where's the run game at? And even when you are passing, DK Metcalf had a couple catches early. Nothing after that. He finished with 2 catches, 42 yards, and both of those were early in the game. And then he had a couple other targets, drops, in his first game back after serving his 2-game suspension with the altercation with a Detroit Lion fan before Christmas. Rodgers went to Marquez Valdez-Scantling 5 times. He had 3 catches, 26 yards. Former Packer teammate of his who they signed to the practice squad and then elevated over the past month and a half, 2 months or so. Kenny G had 4 catches, 26 yards out of the backfield. So, Gainwell had almost 50 total yards, but still not enough. Thielen, 2 of 25, as he had about as much time as a Steeler as did MVS, as, Thielen, longtime Viking, went to Carolina, went back to Minnesota, and who wouldn't want to get out of Minnesota right now? It's real icy in the land of 10,000 lakes, if you didn't know, and good for him. But anyways, he requested a release with how bad the Vikings were this season, and he wanted to go play on a contender, and then he ended up signing with the Steelers. He had 2 catches, 25 yards tonight. He might have had 10 catches the past X amount of games. So, obviously, you have DK Metcalf at wide receiver. Remember, when they traded for him with Seattle last March, and then they extended him, gave him the big deal, they then traded George Pickens. They would have had both of them this year if they would have just kept Pickens for a year and then, decided to probably let him walk, but then they get the draft picks from Dallas out of him, which are mid-round picks, obviously. So who knows who they're going to take with those. They do have a lot of draft capital for the 26th draft, which is going to be in Pittsburgh, I might add, late April. But yeah, Pat Freiermuth had a catch for 18 yards. Not enough. They did not go to him enough this season. Calvin Austin, they absolutely love him. He had 3 catches, 8 yards. Like, what the hell? And Roman Wilson is turning into Calvin Austin with not doing a hell of a lot. But they absolutely love him. For whatever reason, as Calvin Austin out of Memphis, a speedster, they use him in the return game. But when was the last time they had a punter or kickoff return for a touchdown? I probably guarantee you they didn't have one this year. You probably got to go back a year and a half, 2 years, from what I can recall, because I do not remember one this year. I could be drawing a blank on it. Let me know in the comments below, obviously, if I am mistaken, but I don't think so. And the NFL obviously going to rave all the kickoffs back, blah, blah, blah. They're just trying to make it interesting. When the kickers are still figuring out ways to, do this or that, to pin people deep or just to get them the ball at this certain yard line to start the drive off. you still don't see kickoff returns, punt returns for touchdowns. You just don't. So yeah, Tomlin and Rodgers were just at the podium. Mike Tomlin's now tied Marvin Lewis, longtime Bengal head coach, who was an assistant under Bill Cowher, but most consecutive playoff losses was 7. And we know what happened with Marvin Lewis in Cincinnati. Yeah, that ended after that. And then he's never coached as a head coach since he's been an assistant. I mean, obviously, Mike Tomlin, he'd have a job in 5 minutes, just like John Harbaugh is going to get after he got fired by the Ravens a week ago after they lost the Steelers in Sunday Football. But no, they don't have a number 2 wide receiver, regardless who the quarterback's been. That's why they've had to go jumbo and, heavy personnel, 12, 13, 14 personnel. I mean, they got away from the jumbo package tonight, too. No Spencer Anderson. No run game. There is pass, for the most part here tonight. All 60 minutes. I mean, you look at the time possession. What was it? They had the ball for 27 minutes and 38 seconds. But no, yeah, remember they had, like I said, they had Pickens, but then they traded him. You could have at least got production out of him this year if you would have kept him around, and then you still let him walk, then okay, or maybe you keep him. But they were done with him because of the drama. But what's new with Pittsburgh Steelers wide receivers and drama? Only Hines Ward and Antonio Brown have got second contracts. Everybody else, they run on the rookie deal, and then they either trade them or let them walk. And that list is too long to name. If you know who they are, you know who I'm talking about. And that's just the way it's been. And I would think the same thing is going to be true eventually for, everybody behind DK Metcalf. DK's that third one that did get a deal. Obviously he wanted a second contract, whether it be with Seattle or elsewhere, and then he gets traded to the Steelers, and then they give him the money. So, I mean, you could count DK, towards that, but he wasn't drafted by the Steelers, so you can't. It depends on how you want to word it. But, yeah, they absolutely love Calvin Austin. Yeah, he had a game-winning touchdown a week ago, before the missed field goal. What the fuck else has he done? Not a damn thing. As I said, he was hurt early, missed a full year, had to get back in groove. Hit or miss here and there. And then Roman Wilson, the same thing. Out of Michigan, missed all season. Just them and wide receivers, they have one and then they have nobody else. And if Rodgers ain't around next year, I'm telling you right now, MVS and Adam Thielen will not be a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Fryer will be around, obviously. They have him under contract. Darnell Washington going to be coming back. They could get rid of Jonnu Smith. What the fuck did he do this year? Yeah, they gave Minka back to Miami. They did get Jalen Ramsey out of the deal, though, with Jonnu Smith. But Smith can walk. He had a rushing touchdown against the Dolphins at tight end. A rushing touchdown. Yeah. That's how they're using them. So all this boils down to Arthur Smith as the offensive coordinator. If he gets a head coaching job, by all means. His name's come up for the Tennessee Titan job because he was a former OC under Mike Vrabel in Nashville, in Music City. But who knows if they're going to want him. They might want to hire somebody else. Or, he sure as hell ain't going back to Atlanta. He was the Falcon head coach, and then they fired him, and they just fired his replacement, and Raheem Morris. And the Falcons are looking for a new head coach. When they, remember, passed on Bill Belichick, and then he goes the college route. I mean, obviously, with the coaching carousel, which we're not getting into tonight, if obviously the Steelers move on from Mike Tomlin, or if Mike Tomlin moves on, in that regard as well. Obviously, the Steelers' job would open then too, but I mean, John Harbaugh is right now the top candidate for any of the openings, just with his past. Mike Tomlin would be right there with him if he was also available. We'll get to the Tomlin discussion and Rodgers and what the future is going to hold here in a minute. So, those are your stats. As Patrick Queen also had 10 total tackles on defense. TJ Watt was 6. They had 3 sacks. Derek Harmon, the rookie out of Oregon, Keanu Benton, and then Jack Sawyer had the other, which was also a strip sack. Fumble that Yaya Black recovered. Yeah. Yaya Black and TJ Watt recovered fumbles. Brandon Eccles had an interception. But, 3 turnovers. They only scored 3 points off of them. And 6 total. Boswell 2 of 2 on his field goals. Long of 35 also made from 32 earlier for his 6 points. And that's the 6 points the Steelers scored. But now overall total team stats. Steelers had more drives than the Texans did tonight. They had 11 total drives compared to the Texans' 9. Yet they scored 24 less points. It's because they could not convert on third down and they could not get off the field on third down. Could not stop the run, could not run the ball themselves. CJ Stroud, 244 passing. Even with his 3 turnovers, they were unable to score 3 points off of them. That's what it comes down to. 9 total penalties, 6 of 44 for the Texans, 3 of 24 for the Steelers. Obviously, the Steelers had, a couple turnovers in the fourth quarter then as well. Both defensive touchdowns. So that's another 14 points. Which then goes back to, they missed the extra point, so 13. But the 17-6, and then the touchdown, and just everything. You know how it went at this rate. The Texans had 9 total drives, 21 first downs. They're 10 of 15 on third down. They ran 10 more total plays at 66 compared to the Steelers' 56. 408 total yards, but we are 409, and we are Penn State. 244 passing, 164 rushing. They're 2 of 3 in the red zone. Steelers 0 of 2, 6 penalties, 44 yards. 3 turnovers, but only 3 points for the Steelers off of them. Control the clock by 5 minutes as well. 32-22 to 27-38. Steelers, 11 total drives. 11 total drives, and they had 13 first downs. How pathetic is that? They're 2 of 14 on third down, 2 of 3 on fourth down, had 56 total plays because they had the ball for 5 less minutes. They only had 175 total yards. 175 total yards in a playoff game. Officially 112 passing and 63 rushing. That's what it says. 0 of 2 in the red zone, 3 of 24 on penalties. 27-38 in time possession. Lost that by 5 minutes. Obviously lost the game by 24 fucking points. But, Houston controlled the clock also with the run game. Because Steelers couldn't stop and couldn't get off the field on third down. But then, Steelers 2 turnovers. And they were defensive touchdowns. Fumble, scoop, and score, and then a pick 6. So, the Texans get 2 turnovers and 13 points off of them. The Steelers had 3 turnovers and 3 points off of them. Just frustrating. So, with all that being said, as we're still live here on YouTube, thanks for tuning in and watching. Once again, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But, Steelers season comes to an end here tonight on Monday Night Football. Losing at home. The Houston Texans officially, once again, your final score, 30-6. So, what's next now moving forward? As the Steelers still have not won a playoff game in 9 years, and it will be a decade, 10 years this time next year if they make the playoffs. Well, I'll tell you first off, the Steelers' 2026 opponents before we get into Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers, and the rest of the roster. So obviously, home and away, they'll play the AFC North twice. You know, they'll go to Baltimore, they'll go to Cleveland and Cincinnati, and then they'll get the Ravens, the Browns, and the Bengals all at home as well. But also at home next year, as the AFC North will be playing the AFC South and the NFC South, the Steelers will host the Falcons and the Panthers before they go to the Saints and Buccaneers, and then they'll host the Texans again, okay, along with the Colts. So they're both coming back to Pittsburgh next year, because remember, Indy was in Pittsburgh early November. That was actually the last time the Texans lost, that same day, November the 2nd. Texans have won 10 straight now, advancing in the playoffs. But and then the Steelers will go to the Jaguars and the Titans. And then the divisional game and which spot you finished this year, going into next year, you also play that opponent. So the Steelers won the AFC North. Well, they're playing the AFC, as the AFC North is playing the AFC South. They'll play all four of those teams, but you also have the AFC East and the AFC West. So in the East, the Patriots won the East. They'll go to New England, not next week in the playoffs, but next year, as they already did earlier this year, beating New England week 3. But then they'll host the Denver Broncos. All right. And then the extra add-in game with that extra 18th week, 17th game now. Remember, because it used to be 17 and 16, and they have 8 and 8 at 500. Now it's 9 and 8, 8 and 9. You know, right there. I mean, you can go 8, 8 and 1 potentially, but that extra add-in game has flip-flopped. Obviously, the past couple years since they added it in. You're either getting 9 home games or 9 road games. So when you have 9 home games, you have 8 road games. When you have 8 home games, you have 9 road games. Well, next year's add-in game will be at the Philadelphia Eagles, so they won't have to travel far for it. The furthest they'll travel next year, they'll go to New Orleans, they'll go to Tampa Bay, and they'll go to Jacksonville. They will not go out west. They will not go any further west than Cincinnati, Ohio. Their home games will be the Pittsburgh Steelers' 2026 opponents at home. Obviously, will be the Ravens, the Browns, and the Bengals in the AFC North. They'll host the Falcons and the Panthers out of the NFC South. And they'll also host the Texans and the Colts out of the AFC South, and then the Broncos as the AFC West winner from this year, as they also won the AFC North. Away, they'll go to Baltimore, Cleveland, and Cincinnati, take on the Ravens, Browns, and Bengals. Yeah, they'll go south to take on the Saints and the Buccaneers out of the NFC South. And then the AFC South, they'll go to Jacksonville to play the Jags. And then also Music City to take on the Titans. Then they'll go to Foxborough, play at the New England Patriots once again. Not next weekend in the division round, as mentioned. But in the regular season next year, 2026. I mean, we all know Week 18 is divisional games. So all these other games, including divisional games, are going to be sometime Week 1 to 17. Just don't know when. Schedule won't be out until, always used to be before the draft, now it's after the draft. Because they like to wait to see who got drafted by who, and then they match shit up week by week then. It is interesting to see how they, schedule stuff. But yeah, they'll go to the Patriots, and then the extra adding games at the Eagles. So, get on Turnpike and head over to Philly. So yeah, the furthest west the Steelers will play next year is Cincinnati, and the farther south they'll go is Tampa Bay, technically, down to the Bucks and the Jaguars and the Saints. But everything else is obviously at home or obviously Philly's a couple hours, New England a couple more hours than that. But then just up and down the East Coast. They will not leave the Eastern time zone next year whatsoever. Well, maybe New Orleans, in the Central time zone, even Tennessee. But I'm saying like Midwest, like Illinois West, because that's where the line is, Indiana, Illinois, for East Coast to Central Time. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say this game's favorable, because you don't even know who the hell's going to be on the team next year. You know what I mean? But those are the opponents, okay, for next season. What else? Really, I mean, just with Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers, like I've said in the past, I've been a obviously strong supporter of Bill Cowher as he took over Chuck Noll, but I've been a strong supporter also of Mike Tomlin as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I would be absolutely shocked and surprised if the black and gold, if the Rooney family decided to fire Mike Tomlin after 19 seasons and all the winning he has done. I get winning, losing, late in the season hasn't been there, depending on how you want to look at it. I get he has a Super Bowl ring. I get he has another Super Bowl appearance. This and that. You could look at it any which angle you want. But I would be absolutely shocked and surprised if they would fire Mike Tomlin. Now, if Mike Tomlin wants to leave it on his own accord and say, I'm stepping away, I'm resigning, I don't want to be the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers anymore, then obviously thank you to Mike T, the 757 native from Denby High School in Newport News, Virginia, to, like I said, everything he's done and never having a losing season. Never have they had a losing season under Mike Tomlin. The last losing season they had was 2003 under Bill Cowher. And then they drafted Ben Roethlisberger. And then they almost won Super Bowl 39 in the Pennsylvania Super Bowl against the Eagles, but they lost to the Patriots in the AFC Championship game before New England won Super Bowl 39, their third in 4 years. But then Pittsburgh, remember, got one for the thumb Super Bowl 4 again, and then they won 2 in 4 years in 43, and then lost to Aaron Rodgers and the Packers in Super Bowl 45, and have been back since. Here we are gearing up for Super Bowl 60. But yeah, just if Tomlin would want to take a year off, if he would want to get into TV, I mean, who knows? Only he does. I don't see it happening. That's the thing. I'll believe it when I see it. If they fire him or if he steps away, some team wants to trade for him as they've tried in the past, and the Steelers have said no. Because as I said, who are you going to hire? And like I said, I'm sure everybody's going to have candidates, here from Timbuktu, and it's like, well, it might work out, it might not work out. Grass ain't always green on the other side. Be careful what you wish for. So I've already gone through one coaching change this season. I sure as hell didn't think I'd be going through potentially another, this same football season back in the summertime, let alone one for that matter. But that went downhill fast, and that needed to happen with the change that was made as I'm talking about Penn State, as a Penn State and Pittsburgh Steelers fan myself, we are, and here we go, Steelers. But yeah, just if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then Mike Tomlin's either still is or isn't the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, you know, moving forward. Because then if he is, it's like, all right, well, you can talk about roster-wise what probably think it's going to look like, you know, next season. Regardless, they need a number 2 wide receiver, okay? No doubt. But then it's, well, they've been making a lot of moves in free agency as of late. Who's going to want to sign with the Steelers if he isn't, you know, the head coach? And then it's, well, if he once again is the head coach, okay, you move forward with that. But then it's, well, if he's not, then one, who is, you start there and then you work, you know, from that, because then it could be completely flipped upside down and everything's different. You know what I mean? And then you really only have who you have, you know, under contract. That's the thing. They'll field a team. That's what everybody was worrying about high school recruiting and the transfer portal, you know, for Penn State. It's like, look what Matt Campbell and company are doing, you know, right now. They're putting a team together. They're going to be fine. Obviously, nobody remembers 2012, but I'll digress. I'm not talking Penn State tonight, I'm talking Pittsburgh Steelers football. I'm still planning on making a Penn State video to discuss everything that's happened. Since I just haven't got around to it, with the timing of when everything's been, it does factor into everybody talking about, well, they need to change the college football schedule, you know, with this date or this date. Just not football games during the season, but all the big major factors that come into play with everything that adds up to make it is what it is. Because then that also ties in to the NFL, because I was planning on waiting until one after the season, but then it's like, well, Steelers are going to run here potentially. Wait till after that. Well, now here we are. So it's going to be soon. It's obviously just have the national championship game next Monday, Super Bowl February the 8th. It might be out by then. It might not. It might be shorter than after then, though. That's the thing. Football season, and then obviously have wrestling. You know, I'll have time to put up content, you know, this off season. So obviously, yeah, both Penn State and Pittsburgh Steelers football seasons are now officially over with. But yeah, it's, if Mike Tomlin's the head coach, you have an idea on what's going to happen this offseason. If he's not, who knows what the hell's going to happen? Because you got to start with that, and then you know, work out of there. But once again, you'll have the combine for agency, the draft, which is going to be in Pittsburgh, and then you have really nothing after that until training camp. You have OTAs, rookie camp, and all that. But you know, training camp will start in Latrobe at St. Vincent. Hopefully, the father has doused holy water, as that's the connection, as the Steelers have tied back to St. Vincent in Latrobe for years, still having their training camp there. But then training camp will commence, and then you'll have obviously the preseason, and the next season will be here before you know it. Obviously know the schedule after the draft as well, early mid-May probably. But so, yeah, I'd be shocked, surprised if they fire Tomlin, even if he decides to walk away too. He's only, what, 50, 52? Like, he's still going to have a lot of time ahead of him, you know, coaching if he wants it, because somebody would pick him up in a heartbeat. You know, coaches or franchises, excuse me, would die to have a coach like Mike Tomlin. Look at John Harbaugh, for instance. He's going to be somewhere just after Baltimore fired him. Obviously, who knows what the Ravens are going to look like now moving forward. Who knows what any team is going to look like next year, because once again, each year's different. And haven't had a repeating Super Bowl winner in what, damn near 20 years, right? Um, well, I guess the Chiefs, they did what they did there. Um, they did win 2 in a row. They didn't win 3 in a row. But prior to that, it was Super Bowl 38, 39 with the Patriots. But yeah. So if the thing is, you look at the roster, it's like if Tomlin's around, okay, you have an idea. If he's not, who knows? But then it's Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. Is he back? And if he's not, okay, he retires. Then you would think. Thank you to him as well for everything he did this year. Um, he'll have one Super Bowl win, and it'll be against Pittsburgh Steelers. Not win it for the Steelers, but win it against Steelers as a member of the Packers. Um, is what it is. But yeah, I'm just going on and on at this rate. But obviously, if he's not, or if he is, okay. But if he's not, okay, you have Mason Rudolph, you have Will Howard. Skylar Thompson lit it up in the preseason, but that's the preseason. So do they sign somebody else? Do they keep playing this game of musical chairs, for a veteran quarterback? Do they draft somebody high? They need a number 2 wide receiver for whoever the hell the quarterback is. Probably some plug and play, players at a few key positions. Like I said my piece on a couple players who I think they could probably, move on from. Just not tonight, but throughout the season. And I mean, yeah, to an extent, that's, still probably true. I mean, really look at it though, you want to say definitely move on from this person. Jonnu Smith would be one, because what the hell did he do this year? Not a damn thing. I mean, he has the connection to Arthur Smith from his time in Tennessee. That's why they added him to the trade with Jalen Ramsey coming up from Miami to send Minka back down to South Beach. They definitely got to find a way to keep Kenneth Gainwell, because I believe that was also a 1-year deal, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it was a 2-year deal, but if Rodgers coming back, Rodgers is back. It's up to him though. Like, I'm sure they'll put some pressure on him a little bit, but they'll keep it cool as it was, this past year. Because hell, remember, he didn't sign until June. It was June the 5th, 2025, somebody's 20th birthday. And yeah, okay, you have your quarterback then. But do they say now, well, if you're coming back, okay, we want to sign you this deal now, but we want you to say yes in March compared to April or May or June? Because remember, everybody thought after, free agency, Pat McAfee had his big night out this past April. Oh, he was going to come out and, announce he's going to sign the Steelers then. It didn't happen. It didn't happen the night before the draft, during the draft, nothing. And he waited till early June to say yes. So Aaron Rodgers will have a decision to make, and it's on his timeline. And if he retires, I would think he's going to retire prior to that, but you never know. You just don't. No doubt about it, welcome him back if he wants to play. Because then your quarterbacks probably stay the way they are. Running backs stay the same, probably too. Definitely got to bring Kenny G back. Got to get him the ball more. Yeah, Jonnu Smith can get out of town at tight end. He can go cut a car dealership commercial somewhere else in the NFL. If you don't know what I'm talking about, he did a local, forget for who, car dealer ad this season. But yeah, Pat Fryer, they got to get the ball more to at tight end. Darnell Washington coming back, they got to use him more in the offense. But then it's like, well, Tomlin back. Is Arthur Smith back? Does he take a head coaching job? Is Terrell Austin back as defense coordinator? I said a couple years ago, I thought they should have fired Terrell Austin and kept Brian Flores when they had the chance. And then they let fucking Flores walk, and he went to Minnesota. And, okay, their defense, obviously, they didn't They lost more than they won this year to make the playoffs as they did last year. But that was from their defense, but also Sam Darnold, who then went to Seattle and, they got the top seed in the NFC. Because it didn't work out with J.J. McCarthy. And now, you don't know what any team's going to do. You just don't. That's the thing. As soon as the season gets over, it's like this every year. It's all talk until the game's going to get played again next September, because there's nothing else to do other than talk about it. And it's all hypothetical. It's all predicting and, just coulda, woulda, shoulda, bullshit. So, who else we got on offense? I mean, DK is going to be back, obviously. They need a number 2 wide receiver. It's not Calvin Austin. It's not Roman Wilson. Ben Skoranek is a special teams player. I'm sure they might keep him around. He's like what Miles Killebrew is on the defense, but also for special teams. Who he was hurt all season long. Like I said, if Rodgers is back, MVS and Thielen might stick around. But if Rodgers ain't, guarantee you they won't be in Pittsburgh. They need a number 2 wide receiver, plain and simple. Go out and sign somebody, or go out and draft somebody. And if you sign somebody, don't have it be for 1 year, and it's what it's been the past couple years from, no offense to these wide receivers, but you look at, who was it? Allen Robinson, Robert Woods, who they still had at the start of this year, but then they cut him late, and then they brought him back, and then he wanted out, and that was done with that. And just, they need a number 2 wide receiver. We've been saying it for a couple years now, and they haven't made any moves in regard to helping out the receiving corps. They just haven't. Even when Pickens was here, now that DK Metcalf and Pickens ain't here, like I said, Calvin Austin is not cutting it. I don't get what they fucking see in him, but he is not that good, okay? No offense to him, but he is just... What you want is production, okay? And you don't produce, just like in any job, you're fired. It's frustrating. Just another season of one wide receiver, tight ends, and, the run game. And relying on the defense. But what's new? They've always relied on this defense, and that's why you got to feel bad for them. Because they get 3 turnovers tonight, and the offense gets 3 fucking points off of them. Who knows what Cam Hayward's future is going to hold. Obviously his contract situation prior to the season. But he played lights out, I believe made All-Pro this season, if I'm not mistaken. But does he continue to play? Does he end up retiring? If he does, they've done well, Keanu Benton and Derek Harmon as his replacements. Obviously would like more production out of both of them, though, as well. Obviously, you got Black, rookie at Iowa. Those would be probably 3 guys to take over for one when it was like a 4-man rotation. You'll still have TJ Watt coming off the edge. Alex Highsmith is, the Walter Payton Man of the Year for the Steelers this year. But I've said in the past, he played well when TJ was out. He did. But at times when they're both out there, it's hit or miss on what Highsmith's going to do. And I'm only saying this now to potentially move on from Alex Highsmith. I don't know his contract situation. I'm sure he'd grab a couple picks if they put him on the trade block. But it's just the depth that they have coming off the edge with TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith, from Nick Herbig to to Jack Sawyer, and you're getting production out of them as well. So that would just that type of move that because of who they have depth wise that maybe make a move, but maybe you don't. Maybe keep them around. Maybe just stick to what you have. Hopefully Deshaun Elliott returns. He played damn good football. Keep Kyle Duggar around after they traded for him from New England. Jalen Ramsey, obviously, as well. Joey Porter. They brought in some vets in the secondary. They made a lot of moves this year in the secondary, more so than any other position group this year, I thought. Just with all the names that we've named off. But we'll see what happens. Boswell's back, I'd have to think. Corliss Waitman beat out Bill Burr earlier this year for the punting job. And it ended up being a special teams kind of night for the Steelers because they only scored 6 points. And they punted as many times as they did, which I believe was also 6. So, yeah, the holy water didn't work, so you could add another 6 to the first 2 6s. But, yeah, Dylan Cook, like I said, offensive line. At left tackle, he'd be somebody I'd be keeping around as a backup. Spencer Anderson as well. Everybody else you could probably figure something out for, whether that's here or there, if you let them move on. But at linebacker, obviously Patrick Queen's going to be back. I'd have to think they just signed him a big deal away from Baltimore a couple years ago. Peyton Wilson, NC State's been playing well. Cole Holcomb, I feel bad for the guy. He was playing damn good until he got hurt. And then the past, year and a half, 2 years now at this rate, however long it's been because of his knee injury, just really backing up and a special teams guy. They like Carson Bruner. His dad played for the Steelers, rookie out of Washington. He played a lot of special teams this year, so maybe in the future he gets more reps moving forward. Say if they would move on Cole, because the thing a lot of people don't understand with the roster is you have the salary cap. I get it's going to expand. It always goes up. The way the money is nowadays, it's just going to keep going through the roof. And then, your players, your star players, are going to get big deals and bigger deals than what they've been. And that's why it's always a record-setting deal. And but you still got to have pieces here and there. You know what I mean? You got to field a team. You're going to have 53 on the active roster. You're going to have a practice squad. It's next man up mentality, obviously, but it's it sucks losing, no doubt about it. But the Pittsburgh Steelers have been around since 1933. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. We'll see if they play another game in Ireland in the future. That was their first overseas game in quite a while. Obviously the connection with the Rooney family, but yeah, like I said, it sucks losing, but they'll still be here. They'll be around, and it's just now on to next year. This season, comes up short. It sucks, especially the way they, lost. Because it was close. They had their chances once again, and then, they fell off a cliff, got hit by a train, and the Houston Texans in the fourth quarter, and 30-6 is your final, and at this time in the playoffs, it's one game seasons right in advance. You win, you move on, you lose, you go home, your season's over. So just the name of the game is how it works. And who knows who's going to be left standing, because there's only one champion, one team hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, winning the Super Bowl at the end of the season. Every year, just like it is all the time, so there's only one winner and 31 losers in the National Football League. And that's like that for any sport, and just losing sucks. and it's frustrating, especially when one, they have their chances again, but how much better, could have been, but then it's, coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's so much for wearing the AFC North Division Champions hat here tonight. I mean, yeah, they got a home playoff game out of it, but what'd they do with it? Nothing. They still lost. So it would have been the same as going on the road and losing. But once again, the only way they're making the playoffs is they won the division. And I was saying that for a while, and then that's what turned out to be. And they make it after the bloop field goal from Tyler Loop, and then they get their ass kicked. And now it's going to be a lot of, well, fire Mike Tomlin, and they need to do a complete overhaul and this and that. And it's like I said, I've just said my piece on all that. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in and catching the tail end of this before I sign off, you're gonna have to go back and watch this on demand live here on YouTube. But yeah, I'd be shocked and surprised if they fired him, let alone he moved on his own accord, and decided to step away, step down, and resign. We'll see what the future holds, though. But at this rate, this season's over with, so I'll leave it at that. I'll see everybody next season. I'm sure there's going to be, discussion here and there, like there usually is in the off season. From myself, your host Encyclopedia Sports Club Week 96, revolving around, college football, and the NFL, and pro wrestling. As mentioned, a couple videos on the way, just a matter of when, and then everything that's said in those, just have to watch them. I don't even know what I'm going to say in them yet. You deal with the situation, though, and unfortunately, the loss tonight ends the Steelers season 30-6 final. Your final score as the Texans beat the Steelers in the wildcard round of the 2025-2026 NFL playoffs. So they'll advance, take on the Patriots next week. Congrats to them once again. But yeah, the Steelers season is now officially over. So I guess that'll do it. For myself, your host Encyclopedia Sports Club Week 96 live here on YouTube. Once again, I said my piece on everything I can think of at the moment. Obviously, if there is anything else that needs to or will be and get said, that'll obviously be at a later date. Just be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Fortunately, the Steelers lose, but here we go, Steelers. Here we go. And as this season is now officially over, on to next year, and another one and done in the playoffs. But what can you do? Just they can't get over the hump. It's like ever since Dan Rooney died, man, they just, and this ain't on art or anything like that either. Like, they've still been winning a lot of football games. They just, for whatever reason or another, they can't figure it out. Once they get here. And it's still the longest losing streak in the playoffs, 7 in a row, 7 consecutive games. And I mean, the Steelers were bad, before the Immaculate Reception. Terry Bradshaw to Franco Harris back in 1972. They were bad prior to drafting Bradshaw. No wonder they had the number 1 pick. And they drafted the original TB12 out of Louisiana Tech. And then you start putting pieces together. Talked about Franco Harris, rookie player. Swan stalwart at wide receiver. Steel curtain defense. And, with me, Joe, and Jack Ham and Jack Lambert, and Mel Blount. They were bad prior to all that in the 1970s, you know, and then they won 4 Super Bowls in 6 years, and, you know, had, like I said, a spell in the 80s there after everybody had retired, before they got back to Super Bowl 30, under Bill Cowher. Lost that, got the one for the thumb, Super Bowl 40, won 43, lost 45, haven't been back since. But this 7-game losing streak, 7 consecutive in the playoffs, is the longest in Steeler franchise history, though. That's the thing. So, once again, what can you do? You know, I mean, there's always room for improvement. You know, there's always room for change. You know, because if Tomlin stays, it's like I said, well, both coordinators are probably gone, as it's been in the past. But then if he's gone, well, everybody's gone. You know, and they're starting over from scratch, starting fresh. Like I said, I don't see it happening. I just don't. Like I said, if it does happen, it's not going to be the Steelers firing him. I'd be completely shocked about that. Even more so than he steps away. I don't see either happening, though, honestly. I just don't. You know, but that's what I said with the future moving forward. That's where it starts and ends to begin with. And then you work from there. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, but just another season in the books. I want to say thank you for tuning in, just not tonight, but all season long, for live play. Watch all your actions live here on YouTube. Always greatly appreciated. Thank you for your support. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media if you've done so already. Scan the QR code or click the first top link in the description below as well. But yeah, once again, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Texans beat the Steelers 30-6 tonight to advance in the NFL playoffs. But that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. And from the 2025 season now officially over with, here's to the 2026 campaign, in which we'll start a little earlier, but probably on par with everybody, what everybody else was thinking. And like I said, combine free agency. But then the 2026 NFL draft is in the Steel City in the 412 late April, as America will celebrate 250 years here in 2026. So obviously happy birthday to America as well. But yeah, here's to next season, and as we all know, as always, it'll be here before you know it. But this season ends tonight in the wild card round of the playoffs, as the Steelers lose the Texans 30-6, your final score. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go.